understand what I'm about to tell you, you have to do something first. You have to believe in the impossible. Can you do that? Good. You see that red blur? That's me, trying to understand what the heck this show is. What show exactly? Where do I begin? Previously on this channel, my name is the Crochet Bandit, and I have been your guide through seasons 1 and 2 of Arrow, the CW show that started it all, and my mission is to one day explain the plot of the entire Arrowverse, with all of its epic crossovers and confusing multiverses. In season 2 of Arrow, we met Barry Allen, the protagonist of undoubtedly the most popular show in the Arrowverse, The Flash. In the crossover episodes, Barry, a young CSI from Central City, met up with Team Arrow and learned Oliver Queen's secret identity as the bow-slinging vigilante of Starling City. Through the use of rat poison and nerdy charm, he saved Oliver's life and stole the heart of computer girl boss Felicity Smoke. We also learned about Barry's traumatic past. His mother was killed in a supernatural red and yellow tornado with what seemed like a man running around inside it. But what awaits him upon his return to Central City is even more insane than all of that. That's gonna be enough of that. Hello! Hello, we are so back, bestie. It is time for me to explain to you the entire plot of season 1 of The Flash. If you have never encountered one of these videos before on the internet, I'm literally just going to tell you everything that happens in season 1 of The Flash. Like, that's all this is. Sit back, relax. I would recommend putting this on maybe 1.5, 1.75, or even 2 times speed. But what is The Flash? The Flash is a TV show created by the CW in the same universe as another one of their superhero TV shows, Arrow. Arrow and Flash are both based off of the DC Comics characters, Arrow being based off of Green Arrow, and The Flash based off The Flash. The Flash came out in 2014, which is relevant. These 2 shows are the first 2 in the Arrowverse. There are many more that came after it. The reason why I think they're so interesting is because not only are they set in the same universe, but there is always, in every season, a gigantic crossover event that goes on between all of the shows. Literally all of them, and it gets pretty fucking massive. I've made about 8 videos previous to this that are like 1-hour chunks of me explaining the plot of Arrow. If you haven't watched those, that's fine. You don't need to know anything about Arrow to get into The Flash. I already kind of recapped some of it in that really cool segment that I didn't edit yet, but I'm sure it turned out great. If you do want to watch my Arrow video, whether you want to watch it before this or after you're done with this, I have linked the playlist to all of those videos in the description here. If you have watched Arrow or you've watched me explain Arrow, then you would know that The Flash had a backdoor pilot that actually started in Arrow Season 2, Episode 8, I believe. I want to talk about the visual aid, okay? First of all, if you look at the board too close, you're gonna see spoilers. This is just a taste of, like, where this goes. This is not the finished board. String is color-coded, so quick rundown of the colors. Pink is romance, red is hate or enemies, blue is friends, orange means that they're co-workers at their job, and then green means that they are working together on some kind of superhero thing. Like, they're a band of villains or they're a band of heroes. They're somehow in cahoots with each other. And then there's yellow, which connects family members. Behind each of the pictures of the characters is a color. This represents my opinions about the characters. This is purely subjective. So the characters that are outlined in green, I feel neutral about. The characters that are outlined in pink, I would consider a girl boss character. These are characters that I feel like make decisions that move the plot forward rather than they are just kind of there reacting to the plot. The blue characters, which are characters I think are cool. Red characters, which is opposite end of the spectrum, hate you. Red characters suck. Characters that are orange are my favorite characters. Throughout this video, there will be some dramatic reveals of characters. Like you can see, some of them are covered up. A lot of the characters that you're looking at right now were covered up at some point. I like to keep you guessing. There's these fucking creepy, weird-ass drawings that I did, and they're not good drawings, alright? But I decided that it would be fun to draw all of the side characters, all of the villains that show up in this show. Some of them are better than others, but all of them are not good. Within the characters, I have added little tags. RIP, self-explanatory, means the character is dead or presumed dead in some cases. Purple M means the character is a metahuman. What is a metahuman? Slow down. You'll find out when we get there. Lightning Bolt, that means they know the identity of the Flash, the secret identity of the Flash. And characters with a green triangle, they know the identity of the Green Arrow. There are two special tags that I give to characters. Two characters down here, they are not a part of this show at all. These are two characters from Arrow, and they received these two special tags, the Crown and the Girl Boss Award. And my rule is that if a character receives one of these awards, they can't be taken off of the board. These are permanent fixtures. The Crown just goes to my favorite character of the season, and the Girl Boss Award goes to the character that I think was the biggest girl boss of the season. I think it adds a little bit of flavor, a little bit of personality, and that's really what we need here. We need more personality. At the end of every episode that I recap, I will be zooming in on all of the stuff I added on the board, so you'll get a chance to read it and see it up close. So that's it. Here we go. Let's get into it. Back to me, but I look a little crustier. Episode 1. Pilot. This show opens with a dramatic voiceover the same way that Arrow does, but this time it's lighter and happier. Barry Allen, our main character, introduces himself to us, and he kind of has this little Ratatouille moment where he's like, this is me. So basically there's this blast of red lightning that's just kind of running all through the city, and through voiceover, Barry explains that that red streak is him. He's so freaking fast, and he explains that he's running, and he's been running his entire life. Leads into our very first Little Barry flashback. In this first part of the flashback, Little Barry is awoken from his slumber, and he goes down into the living room, and in the living room, his mother Nora is like on her knees, screaming, crying, sobbing, and she is being surrounded by this tornado of lightning. It looks like there is a tornado inside of their house, which is super weird. And Barry's father, Henry, is also here, and he is also screaming, crying, throwing up. Everyone is screaming, crying, throwing up, and nobody really knows what the hell is going on. In the present day, Barry is late to work. The fastest man alive is always late. How funny. Wow, irony. Barry is a CSI, crime scene investigator, and that means that his job is at a crime scene, so we are headed to a crime scene. Because Barry's running late, we get introduced to two more characters, Joe West and Captain Singh. Captain Singh is more of a side character. He is the police captain. He's a no-nonsense type of guy, and he's kind of pissed off that Barry Allen is late for work yet again. Joe West is essentially Barry's father. He adopted Barry after the whole lightning in the house situation, but we'll get more into that later. So Joe is kind of covering for Barry, and then Barry shows up. He's late, but he gets to work immediately. Barry Allen, crime scene investigator, gets down on his hands and knees, and he starts sniffing the ground. Okay, I'm not even joking. This is the only time that this happens in the entire show, but while Barry is sniffing around, feeling the dirt, looking for clues, we see basically like a glimpse of what is going on in Barry's mind. Numbers and measurements fly across the screen, and this is kind of meant to represent the way Barry's mind is working while he's like sniffing out a case, except we never see this editing style happen ever again. Barry Allen, using only his eyes and his nose, is able to find out the exact make and model of the getaway car that the criminals used. And that is more unrealistic to me than him being able to run so fast he goes back in time. So later, Barry is back in his little crime scene lab. The crime scene lab is At the police station, it is like one floor above the police station. Barry's at his crime scene lab. He's running tests on a dirt sample from the crime scene. Turns out that the dirt had manure in it, literal shit in the dirt. And he was able to trace the shit back to a farm. So he delivers that message on to Joe, and they gear up and get ready to go out to this farm and find our criminals. But that doesn't matter, because this scene introduces us to Iris, Miss Girl Iris. Iris walks into the crime lab and she's like, "Hey Barry, what's up?" And he's like, "Hi Iris." We learn that Iris is Joe's daughter, and Barry has a super mega crush on Iris. Apparently he's had this crush on her since they were kids, and it's never gone away. In this scene, there is a Big Belly Burger cup in Barry's office. The Big Belly Burger, of course, being the only burger joint in Starling City. Apparently there is also Big Belly Burger in Central City. I am a huge fan of Big Belly Burger, and every single time Big Belly Burger is shown, mentioned, alluded to in this show, I will be telling you about it. Barry and Iris start yapping about the Star Labs particle accelerator, and if you didn't watch the Arrow video and are unfamiliar with the Star Labs particle accelerator, let me familiarize you. Basically, this is a particle accelerator built by the gang at Star Labs. When the particle accelerator turns on, it is going to advance the human understanding of physics and research and science, and it's just going to open a lot of doors to the future, essentially. And there are two types of people when it comes to opinions on the particle accelerator. They are either really gung-ho about it, like they're these science nerds, they're like, "Woohoo, particle accelerator, I'm so excited, I love science." And then there's the other camp, which are protesting the particle accelerator because they think it's dangerous. Barry is obviously in the yay particle accelerator camp of people. He is super excited about this. And Iris doesn't give a fuck about the particle accelerator. Like, she has too many other girl boss things to be worrying about, but she cares about it because Barry cares about it, and she is such a good friend. So Barry and Iris decide that they are going to go together to see the particle accelerator turn on. They're going to be there, standing there in the crowd, and they're going to watch. We're at the grand opening of the particle accelerator. Barry and Iris are chatting, and we learn that they grew up together like brother and sister, but they are not related, okay? So Joe adopted Barry when Barry's dad, Henry, got arrested because everybody believed that he murdered his wife, Nora. Even though it obviously wasn't him, it was the guy in the tornado. It was the tornado man who murdered Nora, but obviously nobody was able to track down the tornado man and question him. So they grew up like brother and sister, but they're not related, okay? I know I said this already, but I just want to get the point across. Barry has a huge crush on Iris, but Iris has no idea. She is just so oblivious. Every single time Barry does or says or acts in the most obvious crushy manner that he possibly can, Iris's brain turns completely smooth, and it doesn't register. It's frustrating, and this dynamic goes on for the entirety of season 1, basically. Maybe 75% of season 1, Iris is completely oblivious to Barry's crush, and Barry is so lovesick, but he doesn't want to tell her. He doesn't want to tell her because it'll ruin the friendship. We're at the unveiling of the particle accelerator. Some guy, big science guy, Harrison Wells, stands up on the stage on his 2 feet because he can walk on 2 feet. Harrison Wells is standing up on his legs behind a podium, and he starts making a speech about the particle accelerator and the future, and he says it's gonna bring the future, quote, faster than you think. Okay, Science King, slay Science King. Oh no! Somebody stole Iris's bag, and her bag's got her laptop in it, and oh my god, we have to get this bag back. Barry takes off running. He's going as fast as he can to try and catch up with this little robber, but he's not fast enough. But stroke of luck, when the robber turns the corner, he runs straight into a cop, a smug-ass cop with blonde hair. And this smug-ass cop takes the bag and gives it back to Iris. After this encounter, Iris and Barry and this cop go back to the police station. They bring the robber in, and we learn that this blonde, smug-ass cop is Eddie Thawne, okay? Eddie Thawne is like the new recruit to the police station. He is a detective, and Joe calls him Detective Pretty Boy, and Iris is like, yeah, he is really pretty, okay? So, Iris kind of has a little thing for Pretty Boy, and Barry, he doesn't like that, because Barry has a huge crush on Iris. After this whole incident, Barry decides that he's just gonna head upstairs to his CSI lab and spend the night there. So he goes upstairs, and he turns on a news report, and we hear that the particle accelerator has turned on, and everything is great. Woohoo! It's working perfectly. Science. Yay. While he's listening to this news report, Barry wanders around his office, and he pulls out a murder board. It kind of looks like this one, except Barry's murder board is full of pictures, news articles, all related to the death of his mother, Nora Allen. He's trying to figure out who the Tornado Man is, essentially, and I'm going to be referring to the guy that killed Nora Allen as the Tornado Man until the characters come up with an actual name for this guy. Barry has a murder board dedicated to him finding out the true identity of the Tornado Man who killed his mother, and once he finds out the true identity of the Tornado Man, he'll be able to free his dad from jail. That's Barry's end goal. Also, during the night of the Tornado Man's attack, Barry was in the living room, but somehow some weird supernatural force picked him up and he got moved 12 blocks away in a snap, okay? Back to Joe. Joe and his partner, Detective Shire, not pictured, are going to this farm that Barry sent them to. They're trying to track down the robbers, and the criminals are the Martin brothers. So the Martin brothers and the detectives start having a shootout, okay? The guns a-blazing, pew pew pew, shots fired. During this shootout, Detective Shire gets shot and killed. RIP Detective Shire, okay? And in the commotion and the chaos, the Martin brothers get into a plane and attempt to escape. But what's this? The particle accelerator suddenly blows up. The bitch explodes, and it sends a shockwave of red light all through Central City. And it's just like this wave of red energy, and it hits the plane that the Martin brothers are in, causing the plane to split in half and fall to the ground, likely killing both of the Martin brothers. Also during this explosion, Barry Allen, who is in his crime scene lab, climbing up on some shelves and whatnot, he gets struck by a bolt of lightning, falls down, and ends up in a coma. Barry is taken to the hospital. Title screen. 6 months later, we open on Star Labs. Star Labs, which was once the pinnacle of science and progress and technology, is now all but abandoned. Inside Star Labs, Lady Gaga's Poker Face is playing, okay? And we meet two very important characters, Cisco and Caitlin. Cisco and Caitlin had an appearance in Arrow Season 2. Cisco and Caitlin helped Felicity help Green Arrow over here save the city from Slade Wilson because they made the cure for Mirakuru. That's what they did. They've been girl bossing this whole time. Cisco Ramon here is the fun-loving, best friend, down for anything, golden retriever type character. And Cisco loves to yap. He'll yap, 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 and he'll never stop yapping. Caitlin is basically the exact opposite of Cisco. She is stone cold, very serious. All of the life has left her eyes. Cisco and Caitlin are complete strangers to Barry Allen, who has never met either of them before he went into the coma. So let's back up a little bit. Cisco put on Poker Face because he stalked Barry's Facebook and discovered that Poker Face by Lady Gaga was Barry Allen's favorite song. So he thought by playing Poker Face, it might wake Barry up out of his coma faster. Caitlin's like, yeah, no, that's bullshit, but it's not bullshit because it works. Lady Gaga's Poker Face woke Barry Allen up out of his coma. He shoots jet upright and he's like, what the fuck is happening? Where am I? What's going on? And Caitlin goes full dog doctor mode. She starts flashing lights in his eyes. She asks him to piss in a cup. But then a third guy enters the room, and who is it? Harrison Wells. Harrison Wells is now not standing on his legs. He is in a wheelchair. Harrison Wells explains a couple of things to Barry. First, he explains that the particle accelerator killed 17 people, and Harrison believes that those deaths are on his hands, and he takes responsibility for that. Wells himself was injured by the explosion. He got paralyzed from the waist down. Now he can't walk, and he has to be in that wheelchair. He also explains that he felt responsible for Barry being put into the coma, so that's why he went out of his way to bring Barry to Star Labs. According to Wells, Joe allowed them to bring Barry to Star Labs because there were some weird things happening to Barry in the hospital, and the hospital staff did not have the knowledge or the equipment to properly deal with Barry. Apparently his heart was beating so fast, the equipment couldn't register it, and they thought he was flatlining. Joe let Wells bring Barry to Star Labs, and since then, Cisco and Caitlin and Wells have all been monitoring him and trying to nurse him back to health. Wells asked Barry, hey, you mind sticking around so we can run some tests? You're quite the interesting guy. But Barry has no time to waste. He's been in this coma for 6 months. He has to get back out there. The first person that Barry goes to visit is Iris because he has a huge crush on... He goes to the only coffee shop in Central City, Jitters, okay? Jitters is going to be a very popular set piece for this show, much like how Big Belly Burger was a meeting place for all the characters in season 1 of Arrow. Jitters is the meeting place for all of the characters in season 1 of The Flash. Iris is very happy that Barry's out of the coma. They embrace, they have this big hug, best friend moment. During this scene, a barista called Tracy is walking by with these coffees and she trips and the coffee falls out of her tray. And Barry whips around and he sees this happening in slow motion. Really slow motion, time slowed down, but then it all goes back to normal, and Barry's like, what the fuck was that? There's some weird shit going on around here. But nobody else reacted. Rewind a little bit to the Martin brothers. Turns out one of them survived, and he goes to rob a bank, and when he gets to the bank, he's able to make some kind of explosion happen with his mind. So clearly the particle accelerator did some weird shit to this guy, just like it did to Barry. At the police station, Joe and Barry reunite. Joe does unfortunately have to cut this reunion short because they have to go respond to that robbery that just happened. Joe's new partner is none other than Detective Pretty Boy, Eddie Thawne. Before they leave, Barry, sees some other cops bring in a criminal, and this criminal is able to escape from his handcuffs, and he was reaching to grab one of the officer's guns. Barry reacts, and he runs over. I'm not talking he sprints over. No, he lightning bolt runs over, so fast nobody else notices it. He runs over, grabs the gun, so that the criminal can't start shooting up the police station, and then he runs out of the building. What the fuck just happened? So Barry goes outside, and he's looking at his hands, and his hands are shaking, super fast, so fast they just look like a blur. And he's like, what the fuck? So he goes back to Star Labs. At Star Labs, Barry and the team try to figure out what the fuck is going on with Barry, alright? So the team consists of Wells, head honcho, Caitlin, the sciencey one, and Cisco. He makes the toys. Barry asks Caitlin why she doesn't ever smile, and Caitlin, stone-faced, replies that she lost her fiancé in the particle accelerator explosion. This is Caitlin's fiancé, and he's no longer with us. That's sad, but anyway, Barry has work to do. Barry is dressed up in this freaky little suit. I'm gonna put a picture of it on the screen. In this outfit, Barry runs as fast as he can go so that the team can see, his heart rate, his speed, what's happening, monitor his vitals, all that shit. So Barry runs so fast, he ends up having another flashback to his traumatic childhood. And this memory causes him to stumble, and then he falls and he slams into some barrels and he breaks his wrist, but the broken wrist is no problem because along with super speed, Barry has super healing, so it's only gonna take an hour for his wrist to heal. At the police station, there's a bank teller who is giving a statement to Eddie about what happened at the robbery. The bank teller explains to Eddie that it was like a storm that just happened inside the bank. And Eddie's like, that's really weird and unrealistic. Like, a storm doesn't happen inside a building, they happen outside buildings. That's why we have buildings. But this story lines up with the story from a different bank that got robbed a couple days ago, where the teller said the same thing, that it was like there was a storm inside the building. So he's like, maybe there's actually something to this, because these are two completely different incidents, and these people are telling the same crazy story. At Star Labs, Barry reveals his dramatic backstory to the team, okay, and he speculates that maybe the Tornado Man who killed his mother had super speed like Barry does. Now it's all starting to make some kind of sense to Barry, like, if I'm super fast, then maybe that guy was also super fast, and now I have another link that can get me closer to him. But none of these three people are really able to comment on that because they're not really sure. This is a shocker, but Barry learns that over the last 6 months while he was passed out in that coma, Iris started dating Eddie. Uh-oh, I smell a love triangle. Barry is upset about this because Barry has a huge crush on Iris. Iris asks Barry not to tell Joe about her relationship with Eddie because since Eddie is Joe's partner, him being in a relationship with Joe's daughter could affect Joe's relationship with Eddie negatively. And Iris and Eddie both don't want Joe to know. Barry agrees not to tell Joe, but he's not happy about it. Suddenly, there's a car chase happening, and Barry runs after Martin. Okay, super speed runs after Martin. And he almost catches the guy, but Martin, he can control the weather. And he causes a car crash with his weather powers, which allows him to escape. And then Barry goes up to Joe, and he's like, Joe, Martin's alive, I saw him, and he can control the weather. And Joe is like, oh my god, not this fuck-ass shit again, Barry. You've always been like this. You've always said freak-ass shit and expected me to believe it, but it's time that you grow up, Barry. Martin's dead, it's impossible to control the weather, and your dad did kill your mom. There's no such thing as a tornado man. Grow up, Barry. I am done with your shit. Really escalated this situation from 0 to 100, bro, what? Barry's upset and he leaves, and then Joe goes up to Eddie, and Eddie shows him a sketch that the sketch artist did from a witness, and what do you know? That sketch sure does look a hell of a lot like the dead guy that Barry said he saw. Barry goes to Star Labs, and he goes up to Wells, and he's like, I want the truth, and the whole truth about the particle accelerator. And Wells reveals that Barry wasn't the only one affected by the particle accelerator, and he doesn't know how many people are affected by the particle accelerator. He doesn't know how these people were affected, but Barry is pissed off because this one is out here robbing banks, and Wells created this guy, so Wells needs to do something about it. But Wells is like, there's nothing I can do about it, bro. So Barry's like, well, fine, I'll do something about it. I am super fast, so I can catch him. And Wells is like, Barry, no, you can't go out playing hero. You don't know how to do that. You should probably just stay in the lab where it's safe, little boy. But Barry's not having it, so he runs out with the goal of capturing Martin. Barry runs so fast he has another flashback. This time it's a flashback to the aftermath where he is watching the cops arrest his father. So Barry runs all the way to Starling City and he starts telling this entire story to Oliver. So the voiceover at the start of the episode was Barry talking to Oliver. Barry's like, Oliver, I don't know how to save people. You save people all the time. And Oliver's like, yeah, but I kill a lot of people too. So maybe you don't want to be like me. And maybe that's some good advice. But Barry's like, how do I be a hero? And Oliver's like, dude, I don't know, you'll figure it out. Oliver tells Barry that he needs to take his own advice and wear a mask, because if you recall from the Arrow video, Barry told Oliver to start wearing a mask, and he actually made a mask for Oliver. So Oliver tells Barry that he needs a mask too if he's gonna be out here saving people. Barry's like, so he runs away. And then while he's running away, Oliver does the most out of character shit ever, where he turns around and looks and he goes, cool. No fucking shot he would say that shit, bro. Barry goes back to Star Labs and he recruits Cisco and Caitlin to join him in his crime-fighting endeavors because Wells doesn't want to help him with it. In fact, Wells told him not to do it. Cisco and Caitlin are gung-ho. They're like, hell yes, we will help you. Turns out Cisco had already crafted Barry a super suit. So Barry puts that on and he runs out to catch Martin. Joe and Eddie are at Martin's location. They pulled up to the address and they're ready to get him. But they are no match for Martin and his weather slinging abilities. Martin ends up creating a fuck-ass tornado. Okay, and Barry gets there, and he has to run around the tornado so fast that it unravels. Barry tries this out, but he's not fast enough to unravel the tornado until Wells wheels into the room at Star Labs and goes over the walkie-talkie or whatever the fuck, and he's like, Barry, you can do this. Run, Barry, run. Run, Barry, run. And Barry does run. In fact, he runs so fast that he unravels the tornado, saves the day. Joe ends up killing Martin. He shoots him, dead. Martin is actually dead now. Joe looks over, and behind him, there's Barry, standing hood down in the red suit. And Joe's like, oh my god, Barry. Barry, I'm so sorry, okay? Maybe there is a tornado man, and maybe your dad didn't actually kill your mom, and I'm so sorry I didn't believe you. Joe also tells Barry that he better keep his yapper shut about his new abilities because he doesn't want Iris to have any idea about it. Barry goes to visit his dad in jail, and Barry tells his dad that he thinks he can finally find the Tornado Man and free him from prison. Then we get another voiceover, and he says, my name is Barry Allen, and I'm the fastest man alive. End screen. After the end screens in this show, there's usually one more scene. And in this last scene, we get Harrison Wells, and he wheels his little wheelchair to a secret room that's hidden behind a secret wall. And in the secret room, he stands up from his wheelchair. The fuck, bro? Fake wheelchair. In this secret room, he pulls up a newspaper from the year 2024. And the newspaper says, Flash missing, vanishes in crisis. And red skies vanish. Smaller, on the side it says, Wayne Tech / Queen Inc. merger complete. Now I know 2024 might seem like the present, because it is for me right now. I'm recording this in 2024. You're likely watching this in 2024 or beyond, but this show came out in 2014, so to them, 2024 is 10 years in the future. So why the fuck is this guy lying about his wheelchair and looking into the future like some kind of freaky little fortune teller? Just like in the Arrow videos, I kept track of a lot of things while I was watching the show. I call these the stats. I keep track of all the dramatic pauses that the characters take, all of the quips, the little quippy little lines, the funny little one-liners characters say, and every time I laughed. I also am keeping a kill counter. The character with the most dramatic pauses was Barry. He had 61. The character with the most quips this episode was Iris with 7. The character that I laughed at the most was Barry. I laughed at him 14 times. And the character that killed the most people was Wells, but there were 17 off-screen kills from the particle accelerator. Episode 2, Fastest Man Alive. We open on a fire. A building is burning. Barry Allen, fastest man alive, runs in there wearing his cutesy new little red speedster suit, and he saves a child from this burning building. At the start of all of this it's just Barry and Cisco, because they are the only two people who are really down for this whole saving people with the super speed thing. Caitlin was on board in episode 1, but now she kind of backed off, and Wells, even though he helped out at the end of episode 1, he helped with the tornado, he is still completely against Barry saving people. Caitlin walks in, and then Wells also comes in, and he berates them as well. He's like, guys, you cannot be doing this. You should probably restrain yourself. You cannot be saving everyone from every disaster in the city, and you shouldn't be. They still don't fully understand Barry's speed, and they don't want him running off and getting hurt. So this whole saving kids from the fire thing kind of like made Barry late to his real job. Joe is upset. Why the fuck are you late? If you can run and you can be here in like a snap, why are you still late, Barry? Joe again warns Barry. He's like, you can't tell Iris about this. Remember, I told you not to tell Iris, and I'm telling you again not to tell Iris. And Barry's like, Joe, I fucking heard you the first time, okay? And when I make a promise, I make a promise. Like, I'm not gonna break it. We do get another little Barry flashback. This flashback happens after his dad has been arrested, and now Barry has to live with Joe and Iris. Barry doesn't like this. He tries to run away from Joe's house. Like, he packs a bag and he's ready to fucking go. And Joe is like, Barry, you can't run away, you can't go be with your dad. And Barry's like, why? And Joe's like, because I said so. And Barry's like, I hate you, and he runs upstairs. Back in the present, at the crime scene lab, Iris runs in, and she's like, hey Barry, just to remind you, you agreed to come with me to this thing later today. Are you still going to that? He's like, yeah, I'll be there. And this thing, it's pretty vaguely described as something that she needs to go to for her journalism class. And then while they're having this conversation, Eddie comes in, and Eddie and Iris kiss a little bit right in front of Barry, because Barry is the only one who knows that they're dating, because for some reason these two grown-ass adults want to hide their relationship like a bunch of babies, and Barry just like has to stand there and watch the love of his life kiss another man. After they kiss, Eddie goes to Barry and he's like, thanks for being so cool about this, bro. At this event that Iris needs to go to, it's an awards event, and they are giving out some sciencey award to some sciencey guy called Simon Stagg. Simon Stagg is a science guy. He is known for, like, making great strides in organ transplants or something. I don't know. He's not that important of a character. And Simon Stagg is also the topic of Iris's article. So she tries to interview him. It doesn't go very well. Robbers show up, and these aren't just like your average robbers. No, there's something really wrong with these guys. They are clones of each other. Like, they are all the same guy. Barry tries to stop these guys, but he ends up like doubling over, like he feels sick, and he's not really sure what that's about. So he passes out and obviously has to flake on Iris because of this. Title screen. Barry's at Star Labs recovering from just passing out. Joe storms in, and he's like, yo, Barry, you need to stop running after every criminal that shows up in the city, okay? Cut it out. Joe leaves, and now it's just Barry, Cisco, Caitlin, and Wells, and they're trying to figure out what caused Barry to pass out, okay? So they have Barry run on this treadmill, and the treadmill has been Cisco'd. They find out while he's running that there's something wrong with his glucose levels. At the CSI lab, Joe is snooping around Barry's little office, and he finds the murder board that Barry keeps. You know, he's trying to figure out who the Tornado Man is. At Star Labs, Cisco comes up to Barry and he's like, I know what your problem is. You need to eat more. A lot more. How much more are they talking? Roughly 850 tacos per day, just to, like, you know, keep up with his speed. Joe rolls up to Star Labs. He came into Star Labs to chew out everyone for helping Barry. He's like, you guys cannot be helping Barry. You're feeding into his delusions. You're gonna get him killed. You guys are so irresponsible for putting Barry in danger.
We all want what's best for Barry.
If you wanted what was best for Barry, you'd try to talk him out of this lunacy instead of encouraging him.
Barry's like, but Joe, like, I want to save people. I want to use my speed to save people. And Joe's like, you don't know what you don't know, Barry.
You don't know what you don't know. I hope that you're clever enough to figure it out before somebody gets killed.
So the villain of the week, the guy with all the clones, he is a white guy called Black, and he goes to meet with a black guy called Java. Black tells Java that he did a bad job finding Simon Stagg, because apparently Black hired Java to find Simon Stagg so that Black could kill Simon Stagg, because that's what Clone Man here wants to do. Clone Man divides himself into a bunch of new clones, and he murders Java. So, rip. Back at the CSI lab, Barry is running some samples from the crime scene or whatever, and Iris comes in and she's mad. She's like, Barry, there's something going on with you. I need you to tell me what it is. And he's like, oh, the sample just came back. I gotta check the sample. Barry discovers that all of Clone Man's cells are stem cells, which is weird. Joe goes to meet with Stag because Java is dead, and Java was Stag's head of security. So Joe thinks that someone is trying to kill Stag. And Stag's like, no, you must be mistaken. I do not need police protection. No one is trying to kill me. But someone is trying to kill him, and at that very moment, Clone Man just shows up and he starts trying to kill Stag, and Barry tries to run in and save everyone, but he is unsuccessful. Stag does not die, nobody dies, but Barry is not able to take down Clone Man. He in fact gets his ass kicked and Clone Man gets away. Cisco decides to start calling Black Captain Clone, but that's not a name that's going to stick, so I'm gonna keep calling him Clone Man. Barry goes up to Wells and he's like, Wells, I'm in way over my head. Joe was right. I can't do this. Maybe I should just give up. The man of inspiration that he is tells Barry that you have to crash a few planes before you can fly. What? Maybe we circle back to that, Harrison. Maybe we sit down and dissect that, because this man has a sick and twisted mind. Barry leaves after talking to Wells, and he has another flashback to when he was a kid, and in this flashback he goes to Iron Heights prison to talk to his dad, and his dad is like, Barry, maybe don't try and run away from Joe, okay? Maybe Joe's trying to help you, and maybe you should live with him, okay? Because I am in prison, and you can't live with me anymore. Wells goes to talk to Joe, and Joe does not fucking like Wells, okay? He doesn't vibe with Wells. He thinks there's something off about Wells. Wells seeks Joe out because of what Barry had said before, where he said Joe was right. So Wells tells Joe to stop doubting Barry, because if Joe doubts Barry, then Barry is going to doubt Barry, and then Barry is going to fail every single fight he gets in. Barry goes to Jitters to talk to Iris. He apologizes for flaking on her and dodging her questions, but he continues to dodge her questions. Iris is like, you know what, Barry, I forgive you. I will always forgive you. We're best friends. It's honestly not that deep. Let me tell you about my new journalism topic. New journalism topic just dropped. I'm writing my paper on the red streak. Yeah, the mysterious red streak that is streaking all over the city. The streak! The girlies know that a red streak is not a good thing. Barry would love to dive more into this red streak business, but he gets a call from Caitlin, so he has to flake on Iris yet again, and he goes to Star Labs. At Star Labs, the Clone Man is there, just standing in Star Labs. But don't worry, guys, it's not actually him. Caitlin just recreated the Clone Man using the stem cells Barry gave her. She discovered that she could just completely recreate this dude based off of a couple of cells. As Clone Man makes more clones, he's going to get tired and weaker, and so Barry just needs to find the weakest looking, tiredest guy, and that's him, and then he'll be able to win. Joe then shows up at Star Labs, and he gives Barry a pep talk. He's like, I was wrong, okay, you can do this. You shouldn't, but you can, okay? So go for it, boy. Barry, now rejuvenated from his little pep talk with Joe, goes to fight all of the clones, okay? Because Clone Man is striking again. He really wants to kill Simon Stagg. I don't remember why. He definitely had a reason, but I didn't write it down. Clone Man spawns 100 clones of himself, and Barry has to make his way pushing past all of them to get to the real guy, who he overtakes. And he's about to bring him in to the police or whatever. Clone Man doesn't want to be brought to justice. He just jumps out of a window and kills himself. Joe goes to the police lab, the crime scene lab where Barry is after this, and he's like, Barry, I saw your murder board. I'm reopening the fucking case, okay? You and I are gonna find your mother's killer, and I'm never gonna doubt you again, basically, is what happens. And then they eat pizza. End screen. After the end screen, we see Wells, and Wells fucking wheels his little wheelchair up to Simon Stagg, and he's like, hey, Simon, how's it going, bestie? Stag is like, yo, that red streak guy who saved my life, we have to fucking find him and study him and, like, dissect him, and we could use his speedy cells to, like, regenerate all the organs, you know, or whatever. And Wells is not having this shit. He says the man in the red mask will one day be called the Flash, and he needs to protect him. And in order to protect the Flash, Harrison Wells murders Simon Stagg. It's really giving villain behavior, Harrison. How about we cool it? The stats for this episode, the character with the most dramatic pauses was Barry. He had 36. I also laughed at Barry the most. I laughed at him 8 times. And Barry had the most quips this episode with 7. Joe also had 7 quips, tying with Barry. And the person with the highest kills this episode was Black. He killed 2 people. Episode 3, Things You Can't Outrun. We open on Barry and Iris. They have just left the movie theater. They just saw a zombie movie. Iris gets a phone call from Eddie, and while she is distracted, Barry is able to run away and save somebody across the city, and then come back next to Iris before she even realized that he was gone. So then after that whole scene, we get a scene, completely different vibe. It's a bunch of mobster type people, and they're in this restaurant, and they're sitting around this long rectangular table, and the guy at the head of the table, he's saying a bunch of mobster stuff, but oh, what is this? The whole room fills with green gas. Everybody at that table inhales the gas and drops dead. Title screen. At the crime scene, we learn that those dudes were mobsters. They were part of the Darbinian crime family. All of them are dead, and Barry thinks that the poison gas was caused by a meta, and he tells this to Joe, and Joe reluctantly agrees that they need to seek out help from Star Labs in order to solve this case. Let's pause for a second right now. Everyone knows that the red streak, he's real, he's running around. People don't know about the weather guy. People don't know about the clone man. I don't know how people don't know about the clone man, but, like, they don't know. Metas are not common knowledge. The only people who really know about the metas for sure, it's Barry and all of the guys at Star Labs and Joe. And Joe does not want the general public to know about metas. He doesn't want anyone to know about Barry, and he certainly doesn't want people to know that there are criminals running around the city with supernatural powers. So Joe is doing his best to just keep this whole meta business under wraps. So literally nobody knows about metas. And it's actually crazy how long it takes before the city starts to catch on. But I digress. Joe and Barry go to Star Labs to get help from the gang to solve this meta case. They are fascinated by this gas meta. They are instantly like, wow, that's so cool. Like, I wonder how it works. They're getting all sciencey and geeky about it. But Joe doesn't think this is cool in the slightest. He's like, there's absolutely nothing cool about a man weaponizing gas and killing people. Joe is very serious, and everyone at Star Labs, like, the vibe is light and fun, and it's unserious. It's complete clownery at Star Labs. Joe is like, guys, when we catch this guy, where are we gonna lock this guy up? And then Cisco's like, well, we could keep him here at Star Labs. We could reuse the particle accelerator. Cisco and Wells go off and they start, like, looking into how they can transform the particle accelerator into a meta-human prison. We get a flashback to the day the particle accelerator is supposed to be turned on. Caitlin and her fiance Ronnie, and they're talking about where their honeymoon's gonna be. Like, the vibes are good. Cisco comes in, he goes up to Wells, and he's like, just so you know, like, the forecast is not looking that great for tonight. Like, there's gonna be a crazy storm. Is that gonna affect the particle accelerator? And Wells is like, no, there's absolutely nothing to worry about, Cisco. Like, the storm is not gonna stop us. Wells says that he feels like he's been waiting for this moment for centuries. He turns on the particle accelerator and everything is fine. Everyone's like, woo, science. But then a big red alert alarm starts going off. So back in the present, Joe is at his house. He is watching the interrogation tapes from Henry Henry Allen, where he is talking about how he didn't murder his wife. And so Joe is rewatching all of those videos, trying to like find something, because now that Joe knows metas exist, this opens up a whole nother door. And then Iris comes down the steps and she's like, "Hey Dad." And then at the door, Eddie shows up. He's here to pick up Iris for a date, but that absolutely cannot be. The two of them are trying to hide their relationship from Joe, so Eddie has to come up with some weird cover story for why he's at the house and why they need to leave together. And this is very childish of Iris. Like, why are we hiding the relationship from Joe? Why is Eddie going along with this? Like, it's very stupid. What are we? How old are we? What is this? Is Daddy gonna ground you? Is your dad gonna put you in the timeout corner for having a boyfriend? Grow up, Iris. At Star Labs, Cisco and Wells go down to the pipeline where the particle accelerator is in Star Labs. Okay, so the particle accelerator, let me explain this fucking building to you. Star Labs itself is a laboratory, and it's basically a big circular dome. Particle accelerator is in the basement of this bitch, okay? Like, all the science shit's at the top floor, and then the particle accelerator is on the bottom floor. And inside the particle accelerator, they call this place the pipeline, and this is the part of the particle accelerator that they want to use as a makeshift prison for the metahumans. While they are down inside the particle accelerator, Cisco has a PTSD flashback of the night that the particle accelerator exploded. So we're back to where we were with the flashbacks. The alarms are blaring, okay? Everyone's freaking out. What do? We have to turn the fucking machine off before it blows, okay? They have to shut this thing down. So Ronnie, Caitlin's fiance, volunteers to go down into the particle accelerator to manually shut it off, because none of the little beep boop buttons they're pressing are working, so they have to actually go into the machine and turn that bitch off by hand, and Ronnie volunteers. Cisco goes with Ronnie down into the particle accelerator, and Ronnie tells Cisco that if he doesn't get back out within like 2 minutes, to just seal the particle accelerator and contain the blast, and Ronnie would surely die. But Ronnie tells Cisco, if you don't close the fucking door, and this thing explodes, then not only am I gonna die, but you're gonna die, and so is everybody in the fucking city. Ronnie doesn't come back out in time, and Cisco has to lock him in there, sealing him into the particle accelerator, and thus sealing his fate of death. Okay, so Cisco kind of partially blames himself for Ronnie's death. Barry and Caitlin are at the crime scene lab. That's where they are, and they're analyzing some of the gas or some residue from the gas attack. Barry takes a moment to ask Caitlin about Ronnie. Caitlin explains that Ronnie wasn't even supposed to be there that night. She says that Ronnie only showed up because she was there and he was there to like hype her up and congratulate her. The sample comes back. They find that there's like some random ass strand of DNA inside the gas, and that's weird. They deduce that this meta doesn't just like spurt gas out of his fingertips or like control gas. No, this dude becomes gas. Like the gas man, he turns himself into gas and he's inside an elevator and he kills some guy called Judge Howard. He murders Judge Howard in an elevator. Barry goes after the gas man once he hears about this attack. He loses the fight because you can't punch air. Like, Barry would throw a punch, and then the gas man would, like, dissolve into gas, and his hand would just go right through the gas. Also, the gas is poisonous, so all the gas man has to do is, like, have Barry take a good whiff of him, and then Barry's dead. Cisco is like, oh my god, we should call this guy the Mist. Barry talks to Joe, and he ponders the thought of just breaking his dad out of prison. He could very easily just run into the prison, grab old Henry Allen, and then run back out of there, except for the fact that Joe brings up where he's like, well, your dad would just be on the run. He wouldn't be able to come back into society. They need to do this by the books. Joe and Barry need to just prove Henry's innocence. Iris goes to talk to Eddie, and she finally puts her big girl pants on, and she admits to him that the real reason she didn't want to tell Joe about her relationship with Eddie, it's not because she was trying to protect their work relationship or whatever, it's because she was scared, okay? Iris has never been in a serious relationship before Eddie. Eddie is her first, like, the first guy she's dated that she's thought, like, this could become something, and she was afraid that if she, like, made that public and started telling people that they were dating, that it would become real, and then once it becomes real, it becomes something that she could lose. Now she's ready to, like, start telling people that she's dating Eddie. Cisco and Wells get their hands on the DNA strand, and they are able to reconstruct some molecules or whatever, and they discover that the DNA belongs to a man called Kyle Nimbus. Now, Nimbus, like cumulo-fucking-nimbus. Every time I see the name Kyle Nimbus, I mistake him for one of the Martin brothers. Because, like, you have a man called Nimbus and you didn't give him weather powers. They find out that Kyle's dramatic backstory is that he was on death row the night of the particle accelerator explosion. And now he's here with a vengeance. He wants to go after all of the people that he deems responsible for putting him on death row. And then the third person who's responsible is the detective who was on his case. I wonder who that could be. Joe goes to Iron Heights prison to have a chat with Henry Allen, and of course, Mr. Cumulonimbus Gas is following him. Barry calls Eddie to try and find out where Joe is so that he can save him from the gas man. Caitlin gives him the antidote that they just whipped up that will hopefully protect him from inhaling the toxin gas. The gas man shows up, and he's trying to kill Joe, okay? Turns himself to gas and starts killing Joe. Barry swoops in just in time, gives Joe the antidote, and now Barry's gotta kill the gas man. Henry Allen is fully on the other side of the glass, just watching as this man turns himself into green gas, fills the room with green gas, starts fucking killing Joe, and then the fucking streak runs in here, shoots him with a fucking antidote, and then runs after a man made of gas. Like, Henry's just like... Barry now has to stop the gas man. How does he do that? He tires him out, because the gas man's weakness is he needs to not be tired to turn into gas. I don't know. So Barry just runs around a little bit, tuckers him out. Barry takes the gas man to the pipeline. Caitlin is not exactly excited that she has to, like, have a bunch of prisoners, like, locked up beneath the place that she works, but she's going to have to get over that. Wells is very chill, though. He's like, he really doesn't care. At the hospital, which is where Joe is, Iris finally tells Joe that she's dating Eddie. We can finally stop the plot where her and Eddie have to sneak around, and Barry's the only one that knows, because that was a terrible plot. That was awful. So glad it's over. Barry Allen goes to see Henry Allen at Iron Heights prison, and Henry tells Barry a story from his childhood. When Barry took his first steps, he didn't just walk. He ran. End screen. Woo! The final scene of this episode is a flashback of Harrison Wells walking into his creepy little secret room, and in the secret room, this is the day the particle accelerator has just gone off. Like, this is, I think, right as the particle accelerator is going off. He's walking into this secret room, and he's watching a spy cam of Barry's CSI lab, and he watches Barry get electrocuted by the particle accelerator lightning bolt. If y'all were like, oh, I don't think he's evil, he's evil. That's evil. That's evil confirmed. And if he's got a spy camera in Barry's lab, where else does this guy have spy cameras? Also, there was one mention of Big Belly Burger. Wells mentioned Big Belly Burger. Something about Harrison Wells is he really does appreciate Big Belly Burger, and we will find out the lore as to why that is a little bit later, very later in the show, but he loves a good Big Belly Burger, because they just don't have that where he's from. In episode 3, Barry had the most dramatic pauses with 37. I laughed at Barry the most. I laughed at him 4 times, and the character with the most quips was also Barry. He had 4. The character with the most kills was the gas man. I think he killed 13 people, but I'm not 100% sure. It was hard to tell how many people were sitting at that rectangle table at the start of the episode because there was so much gas. Oh my god, I have to talk about the next episode. I'm so excited. It's the Captain Cold episode. Episode 4, Going Rogue. Every time that I see the word rogue in the show, it's just like, it's giving Holy Musical Batman rogues are we. This episode starts off really fun and chill and light. We have Barry, who is practicing super speed multitasking. He is playing a game of chess with Wells. At the same time, he's playing ping pong with Cisco and a game of Operation with Caitlin. He's doing pretty well at all of those except for chess. He loses chess. A robbery begins, and Barry has to stop his little fun times with Cisco, Caitlin, and Wells to go stop this robbery. The robbers are trying to steal a diamond that is being transported. The head of this robbery is this dude, and he is absolutely iconic from second one. He has this, like, freeze gun, but he's not able to rob the diamond because the streak shows up. This red streak streaks in, and he stops the robbery from happening. He doesn't catch any of the robbers, but he does stop them from stealing the diamond. Barry is able to ID the iconic robber. He is the one, the only Leonard Snart. Pow. There he is. You gotta get a close-up on this. This was my best drawing by far. This is Leonard Snart, infamous jewel thief. Barry refers to himself as the Streak, and really, we have to stop calling him the Streak, okay, because it's giving poo-poo pants, it's giving poopy pants, pee-pee poo-poo, the streak of poo in my pants. Iris shows up to the police station with coffee, and she's like, hey guys, I brought you coffee, and Joe, like, walks out. His relationship with Iris has been really weird since she told him about Eddie, so Joe just kind of ditches her, walks away, leaves Iris with Barry. Iris tells Barry that she's starting a blog, and this blog is dedicated to the Streak. Barry is like, wow, that's so awesome. Let's talk about that. What do you know about the Streak? The two of them walk upstairs into his CSI crime lab, and who do they find in there? Felicity, girl boss, Smoke. She's here, and she's standing in Barry's crime lab. What? Oh my god, I love her. I miss her. I wish that Felicity was in every episode of everything, like, obsessed with her. We're gonna have to cut away from Felicity Smoke for a second. We get a scene of another character that I feel exactly the same way about, Mr. Leonard Snart, and he's talking to his crew. He tells his crew that they need to up their game if they're gonna be, you know, getting interrupted by the fucking red streak of Central City. One of the members is like, no, I'm out. Okay, listen, when I signed up for this jewel thief shit, there was no fucking red streak, man. Okay, so I'm out. And Snart's like, okay, cool, and he shoots him. Barry and Felicity take a little stroll through the city, and Felicity reveals to him that she knows about his secret identity. So that's fun and cute. And then Barry's like, well, that's cool. And then he takes her to Star Labs to show her on Star Labs. Title screen. At Star Labs, the first thing Barry Allen fucking does is tells Cisco and Caitlin that Felicity works with the Arrow. And she's like, what the fuck, dude? You can't just be telling people that I work with the Arrow. And Barry's like, no, dude, they're cool, okay? You can trust them. Then Wells comes in the room, and Felicity geeks out over Wells because she is a nerd, and Wells is, like, a really famous, renowned scientist. So, of course, she's geeking out, and she's really excited to meet him. And he's like, well, I'm also really excited to meet you because I've been keeping an eye on you, Felicity. Is there a spy camera in the Arrow Cave? Well, there was. So is Wells sharing spy cameras with Slade Wilson? Did Wells get his spy cameras from Slade Wilson? Are they a duo? Is Slade Wilson the Tornado Man? Anyway, that's stupid. Back to what's happening. So, Wells tells Felicity that he has been keeping an eye on her because he likes to keep an eye out for promising young talent. And Felicity, for those of you who are uninitiated with Felicity Smoke, she is computers. Okay, she can hack into any computer. She can hack into shit if it's not a computer. She can hack into the moon if this bitch wants to. She can. Okay? She could hack into your mom. Barry wants to show Felicity how fast he is, so he gets on the treadmill. Like, it's so cute. He's like, Felicity, watch me run on the treadmill. And then he goes to run on the treadmill, and while he's running, Felicity and Wells are kind of watching through the window, and Felicity asks, what, like, and Wells is like, what's even crazier is that he hasn't reached his top speed yet. Theoretically, of course. And Felicity's like, well, theoretically, what happens if he goes too fast? Wells is like, well, he seems fine right now, so, like, why would we worry about that? you know, theoretically, he's fine, theoretically. So we get another scene between Joe and Eddie because Joe and Eddie work together. They're literally detective partners. And Eddie is trying to talk to Joe about Iris, but Joe is like, Eddie, I am not your friend. I don't want to talk to you about your love life. Especially because your love life is my daughter. One thing I'll give this show, it's so good at making things awkward and uncomfortable. Like whenever Barry pines after Iris, it's so awkward and uncomfortable. The scene between Eddie and Joe where he starts talking about Iris is so uncomfortable. And this show is so good. It's so good at making you feel uneasy and anxious and just secondhand embarrassment. Like, loved it. Anyway, at Jitters, Iris goes to talk to Barry and Felicity, and Iris is clocking that there is some kind of flirty connection between the two of them, and she clocks that they're both into each other, and she goes over to Barry, and she's like, Barry, bro, she's so into you. You guys need to go on a date. Like, why haven't you asked her out? What's up with this? But Barry's like, no, Felicity and I, like, we're just friends, and that's all we can be. Iris is like, that's bullshit, okay? She's into you, you're into her. I'm setting you up on a date, okay? So Iris invites Barry and Felicity to come to trivia night with her and Eddie, like a double date. How cute. Barry doesn't want to go because he does not want to have to see Iris, the girl that he has a super huge mega crush on, with her boyfriend at trivia night. But Felicity hears trivia night and she's like, fuck yes, I love trivia, so they're going. You wanted state-of-the-art, Snart? I give you state-of-the-art, my good sir. I have to play the clip. Play the fucking clip.
You wanted state-of-the-art, Snart. I bring you state-of-the-art, my good sir.
This neckbeard here gives Leonard Snart a Despicable Me level freeze ray. Snart tests it out by shooting and killing the dork that gave it to him. At trivia night, Felicity Smoke rolls up in the craziest little dress that, like, I've ever seen. Like, why would you pack that dress? You came on a trip to Central City to go hang out with Barry Allen at Star Labs, and you packed that dress? Felicity and Barry are obviously killing it because they are both nerds and they are both great at trivia. And Iris is just kind of like watching them interact, and she's like, oh, how cute, they're perfect for each other. And Barry is watching Iris and Eddie interact, and he's gagging black, like, vomit in his mouth. At Star Labs, Cisco and Wells have a little encounter where Wells is fucking angry. He's like, Cisco, why didn't you tell me that you made a weapon specifically intended to hurt Barry Allen? Turns out the cold gun that Leonard Snart has was made by Cisco. Where is he? Cisco Ramon. Cisco Ramon made the cold gun that Leonard Snart just stole. Wells is fucking mad about it because Cisco designed the cold gun specifically to counter Barry's speed, specifically to harm Barry if Barry was to turn out to be an evil meta. Which, I mean, Cisco, very smart for that. Like, if Barry was a freak and they had to put him down, it's a good thing they had that on hand. On the other hand, why the fuck wouldn't you tell Harrison Wells about that? Wells is pissed off and he wheels away angrily at Cisco. Barry and Eddie both have to leave trivia night early because there is a Snart sighting at the museum. Joe is also on hot pursuit of Snart. The Streak arrives at the museum. Snart has his new fucking Despicable Me freeze ray. He hits Barry with the freeze ray, kind of, I think, on his arm, grazed him with the freeze ray, and it starts burning him. Like, this gun is actually doing damage to Barry. At Star Labs, Cisco tells Barry, yeah, I'm the one who made the cold gun that Snart has. I made it, and I'm sorry. And Barry's like, what the fuck, bro? Why didn't you tell me? He's not even mad that Cisco made the cold gun. He is just mad that Cisco didn't tell him that Snart had it. Joe has been avoiding Iris since she told him about Eddie, and they finally have to talk about it. Joe tells her, like, listen, I don't like that you and Eddie are dating, because now if Eddie gets hurt, then that's not just me losing my partner, that's now also directly affecting you. And so that's like kind of stressing Joe out. Snart's crew all abandon him because they do not want to fight the streak. Okay, they're like, we can't handle that. So they all leave, and now Snart is soloing this shit. Okay, and he's gonna slay, alright? This man slays. He's gonna slay this shit, boots the house down. He doesn't need a fucking crew, okay? He can girl boss this shit all on his own. You watch, bitches. Leonard Snart is gonna get the last laugh at the end of this season. I guarantee it. Felicity goes to talk to Barry because Barry is obviously upset. Cisco was hiding things from him. He's like, well, if Cisco was hiding that from me, then what about the rest of the team? What if I can't trust them? What if I can't trust them at all? Like, you and Team Arrow, like, you guys have such good synergy. And Felicity's like, it's because we can trust each other. Like, we've built up a rapport. Like, we've known each other for years. We've been doing this for a lot longer than you've been doing this, Barry. So it's going to take a while before you can fully trust the people that you're working with. But you have to trust that that will happen one day. Felicity hacks into some shit, and she finds Snart for the team. So Barry is able to go out and get him. Barry runs out to where Snart is, and he turns off his comms because he does not want help from the team. He doesn't trust them. He doesn't trust Cisco. He doesn't trust Caitlyn, and he doesn't trust Wells. If anyone is gonna tell him how to take Snart down, it's gonna be him. He's gonna do this on his own. He's gonna solo this shit. Snart's flying solo, so Barry is also flying solo. Alright, they don't need a team. Except Barry does need a team. I just realized I did not connect Snart to anyone on the board. That's really upsetting. Give me a minute. Fixed it. Alright, that's much better. So Snart's plan is he's just gonna put a lot of innocent people in danger and then run away with the diamond, because Barry is not going to be able to save everyone and also catch Snart. And he knows that Barry is going to save the innocent people. Barry does save everyone from Snart's little trap, but then he gets himself cornered by Snart, who has the cold gun. This is really looking like the end for Barry. He has truly no escape. Snart has him right where he wants him. Until... who shows up? Cisco, Caitlyn, and Felicity. And what do they show up with? Cold gun that has 4 times the power and is 4 times colder. And Cisco has this cold gun and he's pointing it at Snart. So back off and we won't shoot you with it. Snart's like, you win this time. Like, I'll agree to walk away. And he walks away and everyone lives. No one gets shot with the cold gun. And once Snart is fully gone, Cisco breathes the heaviest sigh of relief you could possibly breathe, and he reveals that that wasn't actually a cold gun, that was just the Star Labs vacuum cleaner with a bunch of LEDs on it. Barry says goodbye to Felicity at Star Labs, and then Wells threatens Cisco, implies that he'll do something awful to Cisco if he ever puts Barry in danger again. Iris and Joe finally make up. Okay, so we're done with this bullshit, whatever that was, we're over it. Thank God. I'm so sick of their bullshit. This family, none of these people know how to deal with their emotions properly. Joe has no clue. He just, turns stone cold. Iris is, silly about it. She doesn't like to tell anyone what's going on with her. And then Barry... don't even get me started on Barry. Barry goes to talk to Felicity one last time. Yeah, he said goodbye to her already, but that wasn't enough. We need a whole scene. Felicity is on the empty train back to Starling City, and Barry runs onto the train, and he sits across from her. They have a conversation, because Barry can't talk about his emotions with literally anyone else but Felicity, because the two of them are literally the same person. They both have the same relationship problem, okay? Felicity is in love with Oliver, but he is not in love with her, and Barry is in love with Iris, but she is not in love with him. And because both of them, they do vibe. They would be the perfect couple. If Iris and Oliver were not in the picture, these two would be smooching. These two would be dating. These two would be married. But because their love for their respective person is just so strong, they know that they can't be together, and they both kind of accepted that is how it is, because they're both pining for other people so hard that there's no way the two of them could be together. And they both acknowledge this, and they're both so okay with that. Barry kisses Felicity on the lips. What? They literally kiss on the train, and he runs off after that. Love them, but I'm also obsessed with Olicity. So, like, even though right now I'm not fully on board the Iris Berry train, I am fully on board the Felicity Oliver train, so, like, maybe step off, Berry, but, like, also cute! Ah! End screen. Okay, after the end screen, we get a scene of Captain Cold. They never called him Captain Cold in the episode, but, like, just to be clear, they do eventually start calling him Captain Cold. And so Captain Cold rolls up to some dude called Mick, and this guy has a propensity for fire, and he asks Mick if he'd like to team up. So that's the end of that episode. Also, I know I said I was gonna wait until later in the season to give out the favorite character and the Girl Boss Award, but, like, I have to do it now. It's Leonard Snart. He's my favorite character in this entire season. Whenever he's on the screen, it's just better. Whenever I know that it's a Captain Cold episode, it's just, like, 100 times better. There is something about a queer-coded, Riddler-esque villain with a freeze ray that just gets me. That's the best character in the entire Arrowverse, I fear. So, the stats for this episode. The character with the most dramatic pauses was Felicity. She had 32. Barry only had 28 this episode. The characters that I laughed at the most was a tie between Barry and Felicity, and the character that had the most quippy lines was Barry. But following up in a close second is a tie between Felicity and Leonard Snart. Barry had 6 quips, Felicity and Snart had 5 each. The character with the most kills was obviously Leonard Snart. He killed 3 people. Episode 5, Plastique. We start with a dramatic voiceover from Barry where he's talking about friendship, and let me just read this one to you. And then there's that one friend who, well, you hope someday becomes something more, but friend will have to do for now. And that's okay, I guess. Womp womp.
Cope.
At the start of this episode, Barry, Cisco, and Caitlin, they're chilling at the bar with Iris and Eddie. Cisco and Caitlin are both staring at Eddie. And Barry comes over to them, and he's like, I have a problem. And Cisco's like, tell me about it. We all have a problem when men like that exist in the world. Caitlin chimes in, and she's like, yeah, he's hot. I mean, genetically speaking. Because I'm a geneticist. Oh my god, do I sound like Felicity? Girl, you wish you were Felicity. No, Barry's problem isn't Eddie. His problem is that he took 10 shots, but he's not drunk. 10 shots, and Barry Allen is still stone cold sober. That's a big issue, yeah. At a nearby building, there's a robbery taking place, and at least it seems like a robbery. And the woman is, like, holding a bag of some shit, and then the police show up, and they're like, you're under arrest, drop the bag. And she's like, don't touch me, okay, stay away from me. Like, she's freaking out. She drops the bag that she's holding, and then she runs. And the bag explodes. We learn that Barry Allen is 25 years old. Eddie has to go investigate the explosion, and Barry also wants to go check that out, so they all kind of leave. Barry runs up into the building because he wants to try and save the window washer. He learns in that moment that he can just run up the side of a building. Ah, okay. Iris also went to this building because she wanted to see if she could catch the streak IRL. Girl is mesmerized. Title screen. Eddie comes up to Barry at the police station, and he informs him that the bomber was a woman with red hair. Barry is confused as fuck because he cannot figure out what exploded. Like, he cannot find the source of the explosion. And that's weird. At the police station, some dude comes in, and this dude, let me pause for a second. This character that we're about to meet is very special to me because I'm kind of a fan of the actor. You might recognize his voice from your childhood. I recognize him from this.
I don't need any assistance, especially not from a plastic asshole like you.
And also, he's in the new Penguin series on Max. Maybe check that out. All that to say, in this show, Clancy Brown plays General Eiling. Here he is. There he is. I drew this picture because Clancy Brown is Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob. General Eiling rolls up to the police station and he's like, boys, this bomber case, it's no longer your concern, okay? I'm taking this over. This is property of the US military, okay? This is no longer your issue. So hand over all your evidence to me, General Krabs. Joe is not happy. He does not want to turn over his investigation to this fucking guy, but he doesn't really have a choice. Another thing about General Eiling, he's obviously evil. This man is evil. Every single shot is pure evil. He is framed in the exact same way that one Harrison Wells is framed. And Harrison Wells is clearly evil. When there's an evil character in a CW show, you can tell. Barry is able to keep some of the evidence that they gathered on this bomber, like, away from Eiling, so they do still have something to go on. Joe goes home and he finds Iris, and he's like, Iris, please explain why you were at the building that was literally being blown up. Tell me why you were in the area. And Iris is straight up honest. She's like, I went to see the streak, and I saw the streak. And Joe is like, oh, what? Like, Iris, there is no streak. And Iris is like, but Dad, you're wrong. There is a streak, and I'm writing a blog about him. At Star Labs, Harrison Wells rolls in, and he explains to the class that he knows General Eiling personally. Harrison says that he was working with General Eiling on a project to develop mind reading technology. Wells says that he split apart from the project when he realized what Eiling was actually trying to do with this technology. He didn't like it because Wells is just so morally correct. He has the greatest morals a man could have. Cisco is able to find out the redheaded bomber's name. It's Bet, and he has an address for Barry, so Barry goes to that address to hopefully find Bet there. Barry finds this redhead Bet, and he is like, I want to help you, and she's like, don't touch me. Stay away. Barry doesn't listen. That's Barry's fatal flaw. This girl is like, hey, don't touch me. Barry's like, I just want to help you. Boop, touches her. His clothes start turning purple, and then they explode. Fortunately, Barry is able to super speed himself out of his suit before he blows up along with it, leaving him in nothing but his underwear on the street in front of this woman. Barry goes back to Star Labs after that, and Cisco is like, Barry, where is my suit? Where is my super suit? Barry goes, it's gone. Cisco's freaking out. You can't just blow up my suit whenever you feel like it. And Barry's like, well, I didn't mean to. It's kind of silly. Barry explains to the group that this woman is able to turn anything she touches into a bomb. So that's really fun and nifty, huh? Wells deduces, because he's so dang smart, he figures out that General Krabs must want her because she is a human bomb. And he is evil, and so he would want that. Joe shows up to Star Labs, and they really gotta put a bell on this guy. And he's like, must be another Tuesday in Central City. And he pulls Barry aside. Joe is like, Barry, Iris saw the streak. Up close and personal. And Barry's like, oh, what? And then Joe is like, you need to convince her to not write a blog about the streak. Barry tries to convince Iris to lay off the streak. It does not work. Then Barry heads out to track down the redheaded bomber, Bet. Barry is able to get to her before General Eiling gets to her, and he takes her back to Star Labs. Literally any woman on this show that gets within 2 feet of Cisco Ramon, he's immediately like, a woman. Little boy, this behavior is going to get you in some trouble. Bet's traumatic backstory. She was in Afghanistan defusing bombs in the war, okay? And one of these bombs that she's defusing blows, okay? She is in surgery getting the bomb removed from her, life-saving surgery, potentially. We don't know if she's gonna live or not. Then during the surgery is when the particle accelerator explodes. So now, a side effect of that is that everything she touches kaboom. And she doesn't like this ability very much. Apparently, when she woke up after the surgery and General Eiling discovered what she could do, he kept her locked up and did experiments and tests on her. Caitlin's doing some tests on Bomb Girl when she discovers there is a tracker inside the wound on her arm. Guess who shows up at Star Labs at that very moment? Yeah, the army, head up by General Eiling. Cisco and Caitlin are able to get Bet out of there before Crabs can get her. Caitlin runs some more tests on Bomb Girl and Cisco starts calling her Plastique. Plastique here does not like the cheese and meta. She does not like her powers. It's not fun for her not being able to touch things. She wants to reverse this. She wants to go back to normal. She asks Barry if Barry has ever thought about wanting to reverse his powers, and Barry's like, no. Because why would he? He has a cool power. He has a power that doesn't harm people in his direct vicinity. So of course Barry Allen would not think of his speed as a curse. But like, Bomb Girl over here, that's not exactly a life you want to live. Then Joe calls Barry and he tells him that Iris has just posted another blog post about the fucking streak. And this time, she put her name on it. It's not anonymous. She signed Iris West on the blog post. Girl, are you stupid? Joe's freaking out because he thinks that her attaching her name to things associated with the streak could potentially put her in the crosshairs of whatever villain of the week they have to fight, okay? And Barry agrees, so he decides he's gonna go and try and convince Iris not to talk about the streak again. How? By dressing up like the streak and showing up to Jitters after close and then talking to Iris as the streak. That's literally the worst thing you could do. The interaction between Iris and the streak only makes Iris want to know about the streak even more. At Star Labs, Caitlin and Cisco inform Bet that there's no way to reverse her condition, and she is depressed about this. Barry suggests having Bet join the team, because maybe if she's part of the team, then she'll see that her powers can be used for good, and it could turn her whole life around, because Barry is just such a great guy. He's also very naive, as Wells points out, because having Bet on the team would make their whole team a target for one General Krabs. Joe and Barry talk about Iris again, and Barry's like, Joe, can I just tell Iris that I'm the streak? Like, maybe she'll cool it if she knows it's just her lame-o best friend. And Joe is like, absolutely not! But then Barry's like, but Joe, I tell her everything! And Joe's like, not everything. And then Barry's like, is it that obvious? Yes! Yes, it's obvious. Everyone knows that Barry likes Iris. The only person who is oblivious to that is Miss Girl herself. Okay? So, yes, it's obvious. And you know what? Joe ships it. Joe wants them to get together because he knows that Barry is perfect for Iris. Joe is not going to be the fucking love doctor for this relationship because that's not his issue, alright? He tells Barry that he needs to tell Iris himself. Barry's like, I can't, I wasn't fast enough, like Eddie already has her. Wells goes back to Bomb Girl, and he's like, hey Bet, hey, I have an idea. Why don't you kill General Eiling? And she's like, yeah, that's actually a good idea because he did kind of torture me. What does Bet do? She goes out to kill General Krabs. Alone, might I add. She doesn't tell anyone she's doing this. Barry, of course, finds her, runs after her. They have a confrontation between Bet and Barry and General Eiling and basically some other army guys. Barry and Bet end up having a moment, like a dramatic moment. And in the dramatic moment, General Krabs here takes the opportunity, pow pow, to shoot Bet. In her dying breath, she's trying to tell Barry about what Wells wanted her to do. She's trying to tell Barry that Wells is an evil bitch, but she can't get the words out. Barry, there's something I have to tell you about Wells. We have a new problem now, okay? Because Bet is glowing purple, and when shit glows purple, it means it's about to blow. So Barry has to pick up Bet before she explodes and run her away from the city to a far enough away place where the blast will not affect anyone. So Barry picks her up, and he runs across the freaking water. He gets her out in the middle of the ocean, throws her there, and then runs back. And she explodes far enough away from everyone so that nobody gets hurt. rip in pieces, for real. Krabs survives this encounter. Caitlin compares Barry to Jesus. Barry goes up to Iris again as Barry, and he's like, hey, can you please stop writing about the streak? Like, please. Iris is like, no, I cannot. Because my mission in life is now to make everyone in the city believe in the streak the way that I believe in the streak, okay? I can't stop now. And Barry is like, well, Iris, maybe we should stop seeing each other for a while. He breaks up their friendship. He's like, Iris, our season of friendship has come to pass. Barry meets with Cisco and Caitlin at a bar, and Caitlin gives him a special shot. Since he can't drink regular alcohol, this one could probably kill an elephant. End screen. We see Wells, and he is talking with General Eiling. Eiling wants to team back up with Wells, just like old times. But Wells does not want to team back up with Eiling because he knows how evil Eiling is. Wells kind of threatens Eiling to stay away or like something bad will happen. Then we get a flashback to 5 years ago on the island of Lian. 5 years ago at Star Labs, we get a flashback of Wells and Eiling, and they're having a little chat about something called Grodd, okay? And Wells does not like how Eiling is treating Grodd, okay? He thinks it's inhumane. And this is when Wells decides to split from Eiling. The gorilla is called Grodd. Yeah, big fucking gorilla. Gorilla Grodd. Big gorilla. Yeah, I did draw Grodd, but we're not doing the face reveal yet. Because it's a very bad picture. In this episode, the character with the most dramatic pauses was Barry. He had 48. The character that I laughed at the most is a tie between Cisco and Joe. They both had 6. The character with the most quips this episode is also a tie. This time it's between Cisco and Caitlin. They both had 4 quips. And the most kills goes to Eiling. He killed 1 person. Episode 6, The Flash is born. Iris is at Jitters, and she is writing a new blog post about the streak, and we hear a voiceover, but this time it's not Barry. This time the voiceover is from Iris. And she's kind of repeating the same voiceover that Barry did, I think, in episode 1. The streak interrupts this voiceover. He literally runs up to Iris, and he's like, hey, can you please stop writing about me on your blog? And she's like, no. And he's like, aw, shucks. And then he just runs back and continues fighting whatever bad guy he was fighting. This week, the bad guy is a man who can turn his skin into steel. He absolutely pulverizes Barry, needless to say. Title screen. At Star Labs, Barry tells the gang about the Steel Man, and he says he feels like he knows the guy, but, like, he's not sure, like, from where. At the police department, Joe is going over some footage from Barry's dad's case. And when Barry gets there, he tells Barry to make up some fake science explanation for the Steel Man because for some reason he still doesn't want the world to know that metas exist. Like Joe, you cannot contain that forever. Barry learns that the criminal's name is Tony Woodworth, and Tony Woodworth, gasp, is Barry's school bully. Eddie can sense that there's something off between Barry and Iris, and he doesn't really like that. Joe goes to Wells for help solving Barry's mother's murder, and the music that plays in the background the entire time is so sinister. Cisco wants to train Barry Karate Kid style, so he whips up a giant metal robot, and he makes Barry fight the robot. The robot beats Barry, by the way. At the next crime scene, Eddie rolls up to Barry and he's like, Barry, I can tell that there's something going on between you and Iris, and all I want is for Iris to be happy, and your friendship with her makes her happy. So fix it. Barry has a flashback to when he was little, and little Barry and little Iris are being taught by Joe, and Joe wants to teach them how to box. Little Iris is very good at boxing, and she punches Barry pretty dang hard. During this little flashback, Joe tells Barry that sometimes it's okay to run away from a fight that you know you can't win. Wells tells Joe that it was highly unlikely that there was a speedster involved in killing Nora Allen, because that was 14 years ago. Okay, the particle accelerator just blew up this year, okay? There were no speedsters before the particle accelerator. That's the science on that. Barry and Eddie find a guy who claims that Tony Woodworth fell into a vat of molten scrap metal. the day the particle accelerator exploded. If that's not the Joker origin story, Tony goes to Jitters to see Iris, and he asks her who the streak is, okay? Because he read the blog. He knows that Iris has the inside scoop. He's like, Iris, who is the streak? And Iris is like, I don't know. The news is playing on a TV, and she sees that Tony is wanted, and Tony also sees that she sees that, so he takes her phone and crushes it in his hand, and then he leaves. The streak goes to Iris, and Iris tells him everything that happened, and she suggests that maybe she could try to talk to Tony, okay? Because she knows this guy. And the streak is like, no, girl, what the hell is wrong with you? No. Barry goes to Tony's hideout, and Tony beats him up, okay, beats this little red boy to a pulp, and he ends up getting stuck under a pile of rubble, like the entire building that they're in. It might be a cave, I don't really remember. Whole place comes down on top of Barry, and Metal Man gets the hell out of there. Cisco and Caitlin show up, and they dig Barry out of the rubble. He is still alive. Cisco tells Barry that the only way that he can beat Tony Woodworth, the Metal Man, is by running at him from a very far distance at a very fast speed and punching him at the exact right angle. So that's the plan, okay? How fast are we talking? Mach 1.1. Barry has never ran that fast, okay? Because I do believe when you get to Mach 1, you break the fucking sound barrier, and Mr. Barry Allen has not yet done that. Barry's like, hypothetically, if I go to do this punch and I don't get to Mach 1.1, if I'm not fast enough and then I hit him anyway, what will happen? Cisco's like, oh, well, if you don't reach Mach 1.1 and you go to punch this guy, it will shatter every bone in your body. So Barry's completely fine. There's absolutely no risk, because shattering every bone in your body is a survivable injury in the Arrowverse. Have a little chat with Ricardo Diaz and then get back to me, and you'll know that the stakes are at a 0 right now. There are no stakes. Barry is going to be fine, regardless. Every bone in my body shattered when I hit the water. I love Ricardo Diaz. Slay! I can't wait to get to Arrow season 6, I think. That's when he shows up. Or was it 7? Or was it both? Eddie and Barry are both upset because the Tony case is out of their jurisdiction. I believe they crossed some kind of county line or something, so they can't go after him anymore. And they're both upset because Iris is involved in this. So they head upstairs to Barry's crime lab to blow off some steam. And Eddie pulls out a punching bag, and we get some Eddie lore. Love that. Eddie reveals that he wasn't always hot and sexy. Okay, when he was in school, he got bullied too, alright? Because he used to be a fat kid. He used to be a fat dork. But he took his life into his hands, and he went to the gym and he did some crunches, and now he's hot. Now he's a hunk, just like the guy from the old mill. Hannah, if you made it this far, you're the only person in the world who would get that reference. Wells and Joe share a drink of coffee, and it starts off as a friendly conversation, and then he goes, Wells, where were you the night that Barry's mom died? Wells is offended that Joe would ever accuse him of killing Nora Allen, because why would he do that? Wells is like, yeah, I understand that it's suspicious that my lab opened up in Central City only a month after her murder, but I didn't come to Central City to murder Nora Allen. I came here because of a woman called Tess Morgan and something that happened to her. Tony kills 2 cops, and he shows up at Iris's house, and he kidnaps Iris. Tony took Iris to their elementary school, and he wants Iris to stop writing about the streak. Why? Because the streak is dead and I killed him, motherfucker. Turns out Streak's not dead. Streak's in. And he's like, I'm gonna fight you now. Barry, in the middle of the fight, runs away, like far away, to the point where Tony starts cackling. He's like, look at this puss. He's running away. He can't save you, Iris, not like I can save you. So maybe you should start writing about me instead of the and then the streaks back in, right? He's doing that punch thing where you have to run to Mach 1. Remember that? It's all coming back. So he's ran far enough away, and he's bracing himself to do the punch. Barry gets to Mach 1.1. He breaks the sound barrier, and he punches Tony uppercut. Tony out cold. Barry did not shatter his bones, okay? This punch is called the supersonic punch. Barry takes Tony back to Star Labs and locks him up in the pipeline. He reveals himself to be Barry Allen, to Tony, because he kind of wants to rub it in or something, like, I don't know. And Tony's pissed. Joe goes to apologize to Wells for accusing him of murder. Wells reveals some more of his dramatic backstory involving Miss Tess Morgan. He was married to Tess Morgan, and then Tess Morgan got into a car accident and kicked the bucket. In order to cope with that, he had to move to Central City and start over. Okay, and that's why Star Labs is in Central City. Theoretically. Joe realized that Wells has absolutely nothing to do with Nora's murder, and he's like, I am so sorry that I put you through reliving all of that trauma. My bad. I hope that we can put aside our differences and continue to work together to help Barry. Barry goes to Jitters to apologize to Iris. They are friends once again. And then Iris tells Barry that she's expanding the blog, okay? It's not just about the streak anymore. Now it's going to be about all of the metas in Central City, because the world needs to know. The people need to know about this. And then Barry's like, hey, maybe while you're at it, we stop calling the guy in red the streak. How about we start calling him, the Flash? End screen. After the end screen, the Tornado Man himself goes to Joe. He steals all of Joe's evidence, everything that has to do with Henry and Nora and all of that stuff. He steals all the evidence, destroys it, and he has a picture of Iris, and he puts a knife in the picture of Iris, and he writes under the picture, "Stop or else." The Tornado Man is among us. He is here. The Tornado Man is in the room with us. The character with the most dramatic pauses, of course, was Barry. He had 40. The character that I laughed at the most was also Barry. I laughed at him 5 times. And the character with the most quips was Barry. He had 7 quips. The character with the most kills was Tony. He killed 2 people. Episode 7. Power outage. This episode starts with a flashback. We're with a whole different group of friends that we've never seen before. This is the night the particle accelerator is going off. They want to see it go off, basically. And one of the friends, Farouk, decides he's gonna climb to the top of a cell tower so that he can get a good view of the particle accelerator. So naturally, when that thing blows up, he gets electrocuted and dies. Title screen. Wells enters his secret room, and I want to take a moment to describe what the secret room looks like. Okay, this room is doorless. He goes to the wall and he puts his hand on the wall, and then the door magically opens, it like out of the wall, and he walks in, and then it right back up behind him. The inside of this room, it looks kind of like the inside of a toolbox. Walls are gray, and they have like braille dots sticking out of the side. Like, I don't even understand why this room looks like that. Now we learn that there's some creepy AI humanoid thingamabobber on his computer in there, and it's called Gideon. And Wells is making a log of Barry's progress towards reaching his fullest potential. So he's writing in his little video voice diary. He's like, today Barry reached his fastest speed yet, but he can go faster, and I need to make him go faster. At a new crime scene, they discover that there's a man who has been burnt to an absolute crisp, but everything around him has been untouched by the fire. Like, the only thing that is burnt in this area is that corpse. Everything else is fine. And that's weird. Cisco is able to ID the burnt victim using the upgrades that Felicity put into their computer, I guess behind the scenes, because I didn't know. They discover that somebody is draining all of the power from a substation in the city, so Barry just runs in blind to see what's going on. When he gets there, we meet the Electric Man. He is like sucking up all the electricity from this substation to like power himself up. He ends up sapping Barry's speed. When the Electric Man leaves, Barry's like in a heap on the ground, and he's not fast anymore. At Star Labs, the gang discuss Barry's lack of speed, and Cisco comments that he's slow, even for an average person. Barry wonders if this is permanent, and Wells is like, no, Barry, this is not permanent. I will do everything that I can to get your speed back. Barry tells Joe, I lost my speed, and Joe is like, oh no, this is the worst thing that could possibly happen. This city needs the Flash. This city needs your speed, so you better get it back, kid. Barry tells Caitlin that without his speed, he doesn't feel complete. And like most of this episode is just Barry running around, well, not running, walking around, telling everyone how sad he is that he's not fast anymore and how inadequate he feels now that he doesn't have super speed. Cisco finds out that the Electric Man's name is Farouk. Yes, the Farouk from the start of the episode who climbed up to the top of the electrical tower. Yeah, Farouk just shows up. He just shows up to Star Labs. Hello, popping in for a visit. He wants to see Harrison Wells. We cut away from this mess and we go to the police station. Who's at the police station? A lot of people, specifically Iris and Eddie are at the police station. A group of cops bring in a dude who's here for a prison transfer. This isn't just any dude. This is Father Time, the Clock King. Yes, the very same Clock King from Arrow. They're transferring him to a new prison and he's in Central City right now. This cannot be good. While Farouk is in the process of breaking into Star Labs, the gang's like, Barry, what if we electrocute you? And then that might get your speed back, you know, because you got electrocuted to get the speed. So if we just electrocute you again, then surely you'll get your speed back. Caitlin thinks that's dumb as hell, and she's like, no, if you electrocute him with that much electricity, he'll die. Barry's like, guys, there is another way. What if I just have a chat with Farouk, and then he can give me my speed back? And so that's what Barry does. At the police station, Father Time is able to use a blackout that happens to his advantage. He steals a gun from a police officer, and he takes the police station hostage. He is demanding a helicopter to get him out of the city, a laptop so that he can do laptop things with the internet, and some takeout because he's hungry. Or he'll start killing the hostages. Farouk cannot be negotiated with, okay? So they decide to electrocute Barry. This is like a really annoying back and forth sequence, right? So it's like one scene at the police station, one scene with the Star Labs guys. And so we're back at the police station now, and Eddie decides he's gonna be a hero. He is gonna be the main character. And he stands up and he's trying to put Father Time down. But he gets shot. The Clock King shoots him, and now Eddie is down on the ground bleeding out. Okay, that's what you get for trying to be the main character. Eddie will never be the main character. He wants to be the main character so bad, and every time he tries, he gets knocked down, and this time he gets literally shot. So perhaps stick to the sidelines, nerd. Wells decides that the only way to protect them from the Electric Man is to release Tony, the metal guy, out into Star Labs, and he gives Tony a deal. He's like, if you kill Farouk, I will let you walk out of here free. And Tony's like, bet. So he goes out to kill the Electric Man to get his freedom. Caitlin electrocutes Barry, but it doesn't work. He's still slow. In the midst of this, Tin Man starts fighting the Electric Man. Electric Man kills Tony. RIP. R.I.P., dude. That's what you get for being a bully in high school. Cisco, Caitlin, and Barry are not exactly thrilled that Wells decided to use Tony as bait and get him killed. They're quite mad about that, actually. And Wells is like, well, I did what I had to do. I made the tough call. Barry wonders who was the next person to die in Wells's game of chess. Okay, and then while we're going through all this drama, the gang does some kind of scan of Barry, and they discover that his speed is still within him, like he is still fast. It's not a physical problem, it's a mental problem. He just needs to believe in himself. At the police station, Iris manages to steal a gun from Eddie and use it to try and take out the Clock King. Iris, what? Barry gets his speed back, he gets over himself, and he saves Wells from Farouk. Farouk and Barry have this, like, Harry Potter-esque fight, you know what I'm talking about, where, like, they're just caught in a stream of colorful lightning. Eventually, Farouk tumbles over and he, like, dies. Barry runs away immediately to save Iris because he heard about what's going down at the police station. When he gets there, he discovers that everything's fine. Like, Iris girl bossed that. She shot the Clock King in the leg, and everyone survived. The Electric Man confirmed dead. Wells comes up to Barry, and this is supposed to be like a really serious, heartfelt moment, but Wells is literally like, he's definitely a serial killer. Like, he has the vibes of a serial killer. So Wells is like, Barry, I might not care about other people, but I do care about you. At the hospital, Eddie's gonna be okay. Great. I love that Eddie gets to live another day. Iris steps out into the hall at the hospital to get some Jitters coffee from a coffee machine in the hospital, and the Flash shows up, and he's like, "Hey, Iris, sorry I wasn't able to save you yesterday." And she's like, "It's fine." Wells goes back into his secret lair, and he writes another log about how maybe Barry, being a good person, will actually help him go faster. End screen. After the end screen, we see Wells going to Farouk's corpse, taking a blood sample, and saying that he wants to know how this guy stole the Flash's speed. The stats for this episode: the character with the most dramatic pauses was Wells, with 54. Barry had only 46 dramatic pauses. I laughed at Wells, Joe, and the Clock King 3 times each, and the character with the most quips was Barry. He had 5. Most kills was Farouk. He killed 4 people. Episode 8, Flash versus Arrow. Not so fast. Who the hell are you? I'm you. No, I'm me. So who are you? I'm another version of you. Oh, I get it. You're me from the future. No, Grodd, you're not from the future, and I'm not here to explain time travel. I'm here to explain the crossovers. Okay, well, that explains the mask. Get out! Shit, alright. From now on, every episode 8 of every show in the Arrowverse will be a crossover event. The crossovers are gonna get more massive as the Arrowverse expands, but for right now, all we have to worry about is Arrow and the Flash. I'm just here to give you the basics, because you don't need to know about all the intricacies of Arrow to enjoy the crossover. Let me introduce you to all of the Arrow characters that you need to know about for this crossover, starting with Oliver Queen, the protagonist of Arrow. He is the vigilante known as the Arrow. He wears green and shoots a bow and arrow. The Arrow does not have good standing among law enforcement, and he will certainly not be received well by any cops in Central City. And by my calculations, he's killed over 80 people in seasons 1 and 2 of Arrow combined. He also got a girl pregnant, and his mother bribed the baby mama to leave Starling City and tell Oliver that she had a miscarriage. That's just a fun fact. Felicity Smoke. You've been acquainted. She is computer girl boss extraordinaire. She can hack into pretty much anything. And she has a super huge crush on Oliver. Lastly, we have John Diggle. Okay, he is a war veteran, and now he's joined up with Oliver. At first, he was his bodyguard, but then he got roped into the whole Team Arrow thing. He may or may not be clued in to the fact that Barry has super speed. Now, I must return to my Earth. Your Earth? Forget I said it. Okay, episode 8, Flash versus Arrow. There's a new meta in town, and this one has mind control powers. Anyone he looks at, he can make them really angry, and then they start attacking other people around them, okay? And this guy is using his mind powers to rob a bank. He's pictured right here on the board as well, if anyone was curious. At the police station, after hearing about this event, Eddie goes up to Sing, and he's like, I think there might be some validity to the whole red streak thing. I think there might be some weird stuff actually happening in Central City. And Sing is chowing down on some Big Belly burger, and he's like, listen, Eddie, there is no such thing as a Flash. You need to take a chill pill. And then Barry runs in and steals the captain's Big Belly burger. Barry, dressed as the Flash, goes to talk to Iris, okay? And whenever he talks to Iris, he, blurs his face. He shakes his face back and forth really fast to kind of blur it, because she would recognize him. And he also kind of pitches his voice a little bit weird whenever he talks to her. Iris is in love with the Flash. It's really giving miraculous ladybug behavior. Anyway, the cops found out where the thief brought the money to, and Barry's privy to this information, so as the Flash, he runs to that scene. And who is already there? Oliver Queen Green Arrow, everybody. Yes! Title screen. Felicity and John are just chilling out in a field somewhere eating Big Belly Burger, and Barry and Oliver show up, and fucking Barry just runs in super speed fast. And Diggle was not ready for that because nobody clued him in on the whole super speed Barry being the Flash thing. So whenever Barry runs in, Diggle like throws his fries into the air in shock. And for the majority of the scene, he doesn't say a single word. He just looks at Barry like, is anybody else seeing this? Barry wants to team up with Oliver. He's like, hey, we could work together, bro. Oliver, how about we work together? Oliver doesn't want to work with him. He's like, fuck no, kid. Okay, you're like 12. I don't want to team up with you. Oliver is in Central City for a reason. He didn't just come by to say hello. He is looking for a criminal that throws boomerangs. Captain Boomerang, perhaps? Oliver also doesn't want Barry telling anyone his secret identity. In his stead, Barry takes Felicity back to Star Labs because everyone at Star Labs already knows Felicity, and Oliver doesn't want anyone to know his identity. When Felicity and Barry arrive at Star Labs, her shirt catches on fire. So she has to take her shirt off. Once she gets a new shirt, Felicity and Cisco start like running some tests on the boomerang that Oliver gave them to see what it's made out of so that they could potentially track it. I don't know, and I don't care. Joe does not like that the Arrow is in town, okay? He is not a fan of the Arrow because he is a cop, and cops do not like this guy. Cops hate him. Wells agrees with Joe. He's like, yeah, the Arrow needs to go. And I love the Oliver slander. At Jitters, Iris is freaking out because Barry just showed up with Oliver Queen, and Oliver Queen is on her 3 list. The fuck is a 3 list? It's a list of 3 men that she would cheat on Eddie with. And Oliver Queen is on her little 3 list, okay? Oliver finally agrees to team up with Barry to take down the meta that is making people angry. Oliver wants to train Barry because he thinks the Flash is not that great at combat. So he sets up a little training scenario, and it's very funny, and I will try to play a clip.
You're gonna run over there, you're gonna come back at me, and you're gonna get hit with an arrow.
No, I'm not. Nice try.
Eddie wants to create an anti-Arrow, anti-Flash task force. This will not be the last time that an anti-Arrow task force happens in the Arrowverse. Joe says that he will never thank the Arrow for anything, okay? The Arrow is a monster. At Star Labs, Wells wheels up to Felicity and he's like, yo, can you tell me who the Arrow is, please? Pretty please with the cherry on top. And Felicity's like, nope, my lips are sealed, okay? I would never give away Wells just kind of wheels away and he goes, well, I'll find out on my own. I bet he already fucking knows. Like I said, he's sharing spy cameras with Slade Wilson, so there's absolutely no shot in hell that Wells doesn't already know who the Arrow is. The gang gets a ping on their meta, who they start calling Prism, which I don't like that name. Barry runs off after this guy on his own because he's mad at Oliver after their training session. He ends up getting hit by Prism's mind powers, but it seems like it's not really affecting him at first. But then whenever Barry gets back to the lab, things start affecting him. He starts lashing out at everyone, and at first it's kind of small things, like he starts yelling at Caitlin. Then he goes to see Oliver, and he starts lashing out at Oliver. He's like, listen, you are a bitch, okay? You are just jealous that I am cooler than you. You're just jealous of my speed, and you're jealous of how awesome I am, and you're jealous that you would not be able to take me down in a fight. Joe knows that there is something seriously wrong with Barry because Barry would not act like that. And he goes to Star Labs and he's like, yo, Barry's been whammied, bro. I forgot to put this on the board earlier. Joe's like, yo, Barry's been whammied by the anger guy, okay? And we need to do something about it. They come to the conclusion that the longer that Barry tries to suppress the anger, the worse it's going to end up being. The only person who is able to help the Flash in this moment is the Arrow. And they're all sat and they're like, oh, but we don't know who the Arrow is. And then Wells fucking wheels in and he's like, well, I have a bombshell for you. The Arrow is Oliver Queen. He just outs Oliver as the Arrow in front of everyone in the room. What? You can't just do that! Oh my god, I'm actually angry. Like, Wells, you had no right. He had absolutely no right to come in here in his little motorized wheelchair and then out Oliver Queen right in front of a cop? I don't even like Oliver. But that, sir, that was uncalled for. Angry Flash goes to talk to Eddie, okay? Because Barry has a lot of unresolved anger and resentment towards Eddie. So he goes to talk to Eddie. He's like so angry, it appears he might be ready to murder Mr. Eddie Thawne. They fight, and then Oliver manages to show up at just the right time, and then the Flash starts fighting the Arrow, and they really get into it, and Oliver is actually able to land a solid punch on Barry, despite the super speed. But Barry lands a whole hell of a lot more punches on Oliver. Like, it's very clear that Barry is winning this fight. This fight ends with Oliver somehow getting Barry into a chokehold, and then they flash a bunch of lights in front of his face, and that, like, brings him back to normal. The gang are able to catch Prism and lock him up in the pipeline in Star Lab, and Oliver tells everyone in the room that they better keep his secret identity or else. Joe thanks Oliver for saving Barry, and that's kind of funny because don't you remember when Joe said that he would never thank the Arrow for anything? Felicity asks Caitlin to run a DNA test for Major Arrow, spoiler, not gonna say for what, okay? I'm not doing it. Wells goes over to Oliver and he says that he met his father one time at a charity event, and he says that his father would be so proud of him. Oliver found something suspicious about this conversation, so he goes to Felicity and he's like, yo, there is something off about Harrison Wells. Crazy how he spotted that, but he won't be able to clock this sus on Adrian Chase. But that's for another day. That's truly for another day. I'm not evil, I promise. I just talk like this in general. At Jitters, Oliver goes up to Barry and he's like, you gotta let Iris go because guys like us, we never get the girl. Then some random ass woman comes in and oh my god, it's her. I did not fucking connect her. Oh my god, I didn't connect her to anyone. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. And y'all are probably like, who the fuck is she? Okay, it's the baby mama. Then she walks away and she whips out her phone and she calls someone, and the person on the phone seems to be her child. Could it be his child as well? Could it be the Oliver Queen baby? Then we get a scene where Iris goes to meet up with the Flash, and she's like, listen, buddy, I can't do this anymore. I don't like you anymore. I don't, after that shit you just pulled with Eddie, we're through. End screen. Final scene of this episode is just some dude, greasy and grimy as hell, laying on the side of the road, and oh my god, it's the Burning Man that Iris was talking about in the last episode. The Burning Man is real, bro. There he is. Stats for this episode. Barry had 47 dramatic pauses, and Oliver had 41 dramatic pauses. I laughed at Barry the most. I laughed at him 12 times. The character with the most quips, it's a tie between Barry and Oliver. They both had 7 quips. And surprisingly, nobody died in this episode. Episode 9, The Man in the Yellow Suit. It is Christmas time. We open up on a Christmas song. The Flash runs by and he is chasing the Tornado Man. Title screen. Let's back this up. Let's find out how we got here. One day earlier, Barry is at home and he super speeds the ornaments on the tree, and then he super speeds them back off the tree because the whole fucking point of a Christmas tree is to slowly and meticulously put the ornaments on it. Your super speed is not ruining my fun, Barry. Iris comes in, and then Barry and Iris exchange gifts, and this is where things start to go south, okay? Barry gives Iris a ring on a chain, so it's a necklace, but it's got a ring on it, and this is a replica of the ring that her mother gave her that she lost on a field trip to the zoo. She loves it. She's like, oh my god, thanks, and she gives Barry a microscope, and the thing about this microscope is it is out of the box already. She wrapped up a naked microscope. Girl, did you steal it? Where's the box? Whose microscope is that? Did you just go into Barry's room and wrap up a microscope he already had? Eddie shows up, and this is when shit gets even more awkward, if you could believe it. Because Eddie is not exactly thrilled that Barry got Iris a ring. Wells trauma dumps because he hates Christmas, because that's when the accident happened. At Jitters, Eddie confronts Iris. He's like, Iris, I have a hunch that Barry likes you. And she's like, why would you think that? Like, we are just friends. And he's like, Barry gave you a ring, girl. Don't you think that's sus? And she's like, no, of course not. Why would it be suspicious? Like, we're friends and it was a sentimental gift. Like, he wasn't proposing to me. Eddie's like, okay, cool. If you insist, like, if you have no feelings for Barry, whatever. And he gives Iris a ring box, and inside the ring box is the key to his apartment. He has invited her to move in. So Caitlin is in a completely full parking lot, and despite this parking lot being completely full, there is not another person in sight. She is alone. And then some fucking guy shows up behind her, and he kind of creeps up on her. She is like, oh my god, this dude is Ronnie! A rare take the rip off the board moment for Ronnie. Ronnie isn't exactly in a normal state. No, he lights himself on fire. Yeah, Ronnie is the Burning Man that Iris was talking about. Yeah. The Tornado Man shows up to Mercury Labs. He kills somebody called Jimmy, and he also kills a cop. There is a survivor. The survivor is a doctor. The doctor gives a statement about what happened with the Tornado Man. Barry thinks that this man in the yellow suit is the same guy that killed his mommy all those years ago. Joe confesses to Barry that this mysterious man in yellow actually came up to him a couple episodes ago and threatened Iris, but he couldn't say anything because of the Iris threat, but now he's saying something. Like, Iris is still threatened, like nothing changed. At Star Labs, they discover that the Tornado Man was trying to steal something called the Tachyon prototype. What the fuck is a tachyon? I'm not getting into that, okay? Who cares? Really? Who cares? If you know, good for you. You're very smart, and I love that for you. For the rest of us that don't know what a tachyon is, it is something that will allow the Tornado Man to go faster, essentially. The Tornado Man was trying to steal the tachyons, but he wasn't able to steal the tachyons. They are still there at Mercury Labs. So Wells suggests to the group that they steal the tachyon prototype and bring it back to Star Labs and use it as bait to catch the Tornado Man. That is an insane plan for multiple reasons. But it's also kind of genius. At Jitters, Caitlin goes up to Iris and asks for more info on the Burning Man because she knows that Iris is writing that blog. Iris doesn't really have much more information. At the police station, Barry and Wells have the privilege of talking to Science Girl Boss, Tina McGee. Slay. Tina McGee is like the head of Mercury Labs, and she is very important, and she's very smart and very science. And she knows a lot about the tachyons, and she's developing the tachyon prototype thingamabobber, and she is at the police station to give a statement about the break-in or whatever. Barry and Wells go up to Tina McGee, and they're like, hey, bestie, do you mind if we borrow your tachyon prototype and use it as bait to catch a mysterious man in yellow? And McGee's like, no, love, so sorry, I cannot offer up my tachyons as bait. No, not happening. Sorry, babes. Yeah, she's British, and yeah, that was awful. Caitlin tells Cisco that Ronnie has been following her, and she wants Cisco's help to track him down. Iris walks in, and she's like, hey, Barry, do you like me? Like me, because I'm getting kind of weird vibes from you lately. And Barry's like, oh my god, no, no way. And then she leaves, and Barry literally cries. He's like, fuck. But he doesn't have time to cry for very long because the Tornado Man shows up, and then he has to chase the Tornado Man as per the scene from the start of the episode. The Tornado Man and Barry end up going at it hand to hand, and Tornado Man wins. He is strong as fuck. Barry, weak little baby. The Tornado Man tells Barry that it's his destiny to lose to him, okay? And he says that they've been at this for a long time, okay? So Tornado Man is well acquainted with Barry, but Barry has no fucking clue who this guy is. He's like, what do you mean a long time, bestie? I am 25. Who are you? And the Tornado Man's like, you already know who I am, bitch. And he just dips. Barry is like, had enough. He's like, we have to catch this tornado bitch. So he goes to McGee and he blackmails McGee so that she will give them the tachyon prototype to use it as bait. Eddie decides to set up an anti-Flash task force, okay? Because the Flash is a dangerous criminal. Cisco and Caitlin find Ronnie, but he insists that he is not Ronnie. He's like, I'm not Ronnie, I'm Firestorm. He lights on fire and leaves. Barry and Iris are at their house, and Barry decides that today's the day. He's gonna just dump out all his emotions and lay his heart bare in front of her right there, and he confesses that he loves her and he has always loved her and he wishes that she would love him too. He ends this dramatic speech with, "I'm sorry." And Iris is bawling her eyes out. The tachyon prototype trap works. Alright, let me set the scene for you what this looks like. So they have the tachyon prototype inside of some kind of force field. I don't fucking know. The plan is for the Tornado Man to run into this force field thing, because that's where the tachyons are. And then once he's in there, they're gonna like set off the force field, which should trap him inside of it. The Tornado Man shows up. Of course, their stupid little trap doesn't fucking work. The Tornado Man confronts Wells, and he almost kills Wells, but then Firestorm shows up, and Firestorm saves Wells from the Tornado Man. The Tornado Man gets away with the tachyons. Joe finally sits Eddie down and explains to him that metas are real and he has worked with the Flash before, and Eddie is not having this shit. Wells is okay after his little brawl with the Tornado Man, and he agrees to help Cisco and Caitlin find Ronnie. Cisco goes up to Joe, and he's like, "Joe, I just realized something. There were 2 streams of lightning that night when Barry's mom was attacked. That means that there were 2 speedsters there that night." End screen. We're back in Wells' little secret room. Inside this room is a new item. It's the yellow suit. The evil yellow suit is inside Wells' little secret room, and attached to the suit is the tachyon machine. So, Wells is the Tornado Man. He has the tachyons, and he's just storing the little evil suit in the lab. So that's fun. I don't have to sit here and pretend like Wells isn't evil anymore. That's so fun. Stats for this episode. The character with the most dramatic pauses was Barry. He had 55. I laughed at Barry the most. I laughed at him 10 times. The character with the most quips was Wells. He had 4. And he had the most kills. He killed 2 people. We're going rogue. Episode 10, Revenge of the Rogues. So we open on a training montage. Barry wants to go faster because now that the Tornado Man has revealed himself, Barry is no longer the fastest man alive, okay? Tornadoes is faster than Barry. He consumes an entire year's worth of Big Belly Burger while Wells starts yapping about Barry's new top speed. They all agree that Barry is not fast enough yet, okay? He's got to be much faster if we want to beat this Tornado Man. Speaking of the Tornado Man, Cisco finally gives the Tornado Man a real code name, so we can all start calling him the Reverse Flash. Okay, slay. Reverse Flash. Why Reverse Flash? Because according to Cisco, this guy is the reverse of Barry in every way, okay? He is evil and Barry is not evil. He wears yellow with red accents and Barry wears red with yellow accents. So, like, they're perfectly reversed of each other. And Wells is just sitting over there like, yeah, I approve. Great name, guys. Great name, very original, Cisco. Love it. Snart is back and he brought Mick Rory with him. Phase reveal, Mick Rory. Kind of proud of this drawing as well. Snart brought Mick because he wants to draw out the Flash. Snart's whole plan is he wants to draw out the Flash and trap the Flash because he is sick of the fucking Flash. He can't do crimes in the city if the Flash is around. They set this whole thing up to catch the Flash, but the Flash does not show up. So they just decide to ditch. And Mick is pissed about this. He wanted to light some shit on fire. At the crime scene, Barry deduces that Snart is back in town, and he also figures out that they were just trying to draw out the Flash. Snart has a new plan to catch the Flash. New plan is to steal a painting called Fire and Ice. Get it? Because fire and ice? Also, Fire and Ice is one of those stupid fuck you paintings that's just like half red, half white. It's just one of those paintings that rich people buy to avoid taxes. Barry wants to go after Snart, you know, because Snart's an issue, but Wells is like, no. Okay, Barry, right now, your only priority should be to gain speed so that you can take on the Reverse Flash. Everything else does not matter. Iris and Eddie are planning on moving in together in 3 days. There is a scene between Iris and Joe. He's reminiscing on, like, her childhood, because, you know, she's about to move out, and that's kind of bittersweet for him. And then Barry comes in, and it's awkward, and Joe can tell that it's awkward, and when Iris leaves, Barry tells Joe that he confessed his feelings to Iris, and it did not go well, and Joe basically says, LMAO, LRiz. At the police station, Cisco demonstrates some new heat shields that he made to give to the police officers so that they could fight Snart, and the cold gun and the heat gun and all that shit. Didn't say this, but Fire Guy, Mick, he has a gun that shoots fire. It's a heat gun, okay? Cold gun, heat gun. Joe pulls Wells aside, and he's like, listen, Wells, I'm a little upset with you right now. Why are you telling Barry that he can't help fight Captain Cold? Wells just smirks and rolls away. Barry finds Caitlin at Star Labs. She's typing away at her computer and she's frustrated because she's been Googling Firestorm for hours, but she hasn't gotten any search results, okay? And Barry's like, what if it's an acronym? And so she just goes and puts periods between each of the letters, and suddenly she gets results in the Google search. Okay, so it turns out Firestorm has something to do with transmutation, and this just leads to a lot more questions, but she is able to find some names of people who might be able to give her some more information. So we get a scene of the Rathways, the old rich married couple who's going to buy Fire and Ice to do some tax evasion. They mention that they have an estranged son. Captain Cold shows up, and he's like, you better call 911. Cops arrive with their heat shields, but the heat shields don't really do that much against the heat gun. But Leonard and Mick end up retreating when they realize the Flash is not coming. Joe goes to Barry, and he makes Barry promise to help fight Snart the next time that he shows up. Caitlin goes to Jitters to meet with a man named Jason Rush. Jason Rush was one of the people who wrote the article, the science paper on Firestorm with the periods. He can't really give her that much info on it because it's classified, and he fears for his life because the head of the project, a man named Dr. Martin Stein, okay, he hasn't been seen since the particle accelerator blew up. He's MIA, and the army confiscated all of their research. So he doesn't know what he's allowed to talk about, and he's a little bit jittery about it because he doesn't really want to get like Stein. After this, Caitlin goes out to her car, and she gets kidnapped by Captain Cold. Wells, Cisco, and Barry discuss how making Captain Cold's cold gun and Heat Wave's heat gun cross paths. That is how they're going to win. They just need these two dudes to cross streams with each other. Wells canonically says that he thinks Ghostbusters is a funny movie. Joe and Barry discover Caitlin's frozen car, and they know that that's the work of Captain Cold, obviously, so they have to go set out and find her now. Leonard makes a broadcast, and he's like, hey, Flash, I have Caitlin Snow, and I will fucking kill her if you don't come out. Okay. The Flash goes to meet up with Leonard and Mick. Cisco and Joe are able to find and save Caitlin, so yay. Barry is losing the fight between Captain Cold and Heatwave. He's not having a good time. He's absolutely cooked and frozen, okay, both simultaneously. Until, who is that with the heat shield running in from stage left? It's Eddie. Eddie comes running to save the Flash. He has a heat shield, and with the help of Eddie, Barry is able to get Captain Cold and Heatwave to cross streams with their guns and win the fight. Snart and Mick get arrested. Cisco manages to get both of the guns back, and he takes them to Star Labs. Now, the public knows that the Flash is real, and opinions high. The public loves the Flash. Joe and Barry say goodbye to Iris because she's moving in with Eddie, and Barry moves back in with Joe. I don't know where Barry was living before. Was he living in Star Labs? Was he living in his crime lab? End screen. Leonard and Mick get broken out of the prison bus. We don't see who broke them out, but Leonard greets this person with a, Hey sis. The stats for this episode. The person with the most dramatic pauses was Barry. He had 33. The person that I laughed at the most was also Barry. I laughed at him 4 times. And the character with the most quips was Joe. He had 4. No kills this episode, so that's kind of good. Episode 11, The Sound and the Fury. We start with Barry taking down some guys called the Royal Flush Gang, and then he takes a group photo with his friends at Starlab. Iris has been offered a job as a reporter at Central City Picture News, or CCPN. Wells gets attacked in his mansion, okay, because he's rich, so he lives in a mansion. There's always a mansion in a CW show. Like, this attack is crazy as well. The attacker says it's time to pay the piper, and then his whole roof shatters, okay? His roof is also made of glass. Seems familiar. Title screen. The team shows up, the team being Joe, Barry, Cisco, Caitlin. Wells is like, guys, this was probably just a prank. I don't know. I get pranked all the time. And Joe's not buying it. He's like, bruh. We get a Wells flashback, okay? He is playing chess with some dude called Hartley. Hartley and Wells seem to be on, like, really good terms. Like, this is a really positive interaction. Wells tells Barry that he knows who the attacker is, okay? He was waiting for Joe to fucking leave. That the attacker is definitely Hartley Rathway. Hartley is apparently a genius. Like, he's just so smart. His brain is so big. It's so big it hurts to carry the weight of it, I assume. Wells says that he worked with Hartley on developing the particle accelerator. Some Hartley lore drop. Hartley Rathway is the estranged son of the Rathaways who tried to buy the fire and ice painting in the other episode. He was disowned and estranged from them because he is gay. Hartley is described as a jerk and a dick by Cisco, okay? Cisco doesn't vibe with Hartley. Hartley was Wells's chosen one, like the little prodigy that Wells kind of built up. And Wells does not give any details on the falling out that led to Hartley now hating him so much that he would attack him. We get another flashback. This time it's Cisco's first day at Star Labs. He is meeting everyone. Cisco is dressed in typical Cisco dress, okay? He is wearing graphic t-shirt. And Hartley is not vibing with this little outfit, okay? He does not like Cisco dressing casual to Star Labs, okay? Not cool. The Flash goes to fight Hartley, and Hartley is a meta. He's like shooting frequency blasts from his hands. Flash does beat him. Hartley also tells him that he can hear sound waves, and I'm sitting here at my desk watching this like, can't we all hear sound waves? At Star Labs, he gets locked in the pipeline, and Hartley says, and I quote, "Being scooped up by a guy clad head to toe in leather is a long-time fantasy of mine, so thanks." And that is queer representation at its finest. The CW has done it again.
Don't use his dead name. I got another dead name for him. Bruce Wayne.
Hartley tells them that he has 2 metal things in his head that cannot be removed. Hartley warns the Flash that one day Wells is going to turn on him, okay? And Wells, he has a deep, dark secret. Okay, you better ask him what that is, Flash. So Barry does. He's like, hey, Wells, Hartley was yapping about a deep, dark secret. Mind filling us in? And Wells is like, okay, fine, I'll tell you. I will tell you my secret. I knew there was a chance that the particle accelerator was gonna blow up, okay? I knew. Alright, cat's out of the bag! This pisses off everyone in the room, okay? The room is disappointed in Wells right now, especially Caitlin. Barry tells Wells that he has to do a lot more than say, I'm sorry, for them to get over this one, okay? Their trust in Wells, shit out the window. At work at CCPN, Iris keeps getting shot down. Like, she keeps coming up with these ideas for things she could report on, but they don't want her to report on anything that is not the Flash, okay? Because Iris has an in with the Flash, and that is all they hired her to write about. She is not a serious reporter. She is just supposed to write about the Flash. She ends up going to Jitters after work, and Barry is also there, and they end up kind of commiserating together over their terrible days. At Star Labs, Hartley pulls those fucking things out of his head that he said he needed to hear or whatever, and they explode, and he's able to, like, break out of the meta jail. Wells gets shaky legs, and he can't defend himself from Hartley. Hartley, who tries to attack him again. Cisco ends up getting caught in an explosion that Hartley caused. Hartley also attacks Caitlin, and he steals back his supersonic wave gloves that he had from earlier. He leaves before Barry can get there and stop him. Cisco is okay, and Wells is also okay. Wells says that he is going to put in the work to gain everyone's trust back. In a flashback, we see the reason why Hartley and Wells, don't like each other anymore. It's because Hartley discovered the risk of the particle accelerator blowing up, and he confronted Wells about it and said that he was going to tell everyone. And Wells said, you're fired, actually. So he fired Hartley from Star Labs to stop him from yapping about the particle accelerator. Wells, in present day, does a press release, and he reveals to everyone in the city that he knew the particle accelerator could blow up, and it was a risk that he took. Barry ends up getting into a huge boss fight with Hartley, and he does win. Cisco goes to gloat at Hartley again because he is trapped in the cage at Star Labs once again, and Hartley drops a bomb on Cisco. He's like, listen, buddy, I have some information that you want. I know how to find Ronnie, and I know how to cure him. End screen. Wells is in his little secret room tinkering with his tachyons, and he cannot get his tachyons to work properly. And he's like, whatever, fuck it anyway, because the real endgame, the real plan, it's about to go down, so I don't even need these fucking tachyons. Stats for this episode. The person with the most dramatic pauses this episode was Wells. He had 32. I only laughed once during this episode, and it was at Hartley. The character with the most quips was Cisco. He had 5, and there were no kills this episode. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I don't record the entire 5 hours all at once, okay? I break it up into cute little chunks. During the last week, I was looking at the murder board while I was doing my homework because it's in my bedroom, okay? So I'm looking at it, and I realized something terrible is that there was so much that I didn't put on there. There were connections that I didn't make between characters. Like, there was a lot of missing string. There was a lot of empty space where I could have put more stuff. I added a lot of things to the board over the past week. I added more about characters that we already saw, more about the older villains. So I'm going to be showing that on the screen right now. Just wanted to let you know, in case you're observant and you notice that the board miraculously got a whole lot more stuff on it. That is not all from this next episode that I'm about to talk about. That is from me realizing my mistake and wanting to add more chaos to the board. Episode 12, Crazy for You. This episode starts with a Flash saving a couple from a burning car. Then we get the title screen. Now we are introduced to our next metahuman villain. Her name is Shauna, and her special ability is that she can teleport. So what does Shauna do with this magical power? She teleports herself into Iron Heights prison, into the prison cell of this man who is presumably her boyfriend, and she breaks this guy out of Iron Heights. Shauna's boyfriend's name is Clay, and Clay is super excited that Shauna, broke her out of prison. Shauna wants to run away. She's like, hey, with my abilities, we could go anywhere in the world that we wanted, and if we got into any trouble, I could just poof us out of there. Clay is like, yeah, that sounds great, babe. I would love to leave the city, but I owe a lot of people a lot of money, and I need to pay off my debts before we can leave. So now the two of them, their objective is to pay off Clay's debts. And I'm like, Shauna, you should have left him in prison and just teleported yourself to Turks and Caicos, bitch. What are you doing? The Star Labs gang discover Shauna's DNA and that weird Misty shit that they found. So they start going after her. They realize that she's a meta, and they know that she can teleport. Remember Hartley? I sure hope you do. Cisco goes to talk to Hartley, who is still locked in the pipeline, and he wants that info about Ronnie. So instead of saying anything useful about Ronnie, Hartley just starts talking about some dude called Professor Stein. And it's about time that I introduced you formally to Professor Stein. Hartley mentions that this dude, Professor Stein, was at Star Labs the night of the particle accelerator explosion, but he never left. Cisco wants more information from Hartley, but Hartley will not give him any more information until he releases him. Cisco doesn't trust Hartley, so that's where the conversation ends. Cisco, overcome with curiosity, decides fuck it, I'll let Hartley out. So he lets Hartley out of the pipeline, and Hartley leads him outside the lab to some weird secluded little area that I guess no one has been to at all for some reason, because if anyone had walked past this place, they would have seen this. All right, what is this? There's like a shadow on the ground, like the shadow of a man, the shadow of Professor Stein. It's just like imprinted into the ground. It's weird. Hartley, of course, uses this opportunity to try and run away, but Cisco is not so easily fooled, so he was able to catch Hartley and put him back in the pipeline. Barry tries to stop Shauna and Clay from committing a robbery. In the process, he almost gets shot, and the two of them get away. Caitlin and Barry have a friendship moment where they both go out to a bar. Cisco learns the whole truth about Ronnie and Stein from Hartley. Hartley tells Cisco that when the particle accelerator went off, Ronnie and Professor Stein merged into one fucking person. And that person is the Burning Man. Are you still with me? Then, of course, Hartley tries to pull a fast one on Cisco again and run away, and this time Hartley does get out. At the bar with Barry and Caitlin, we learn that Barry Allen is a great singer, okay? So he gets up to do some karaoke, and he catches the eye of a woman from across the bar. Her name is Linda. Linda goes up to Barry, and she starts flirting with him, and she gives him her number. Barry runs Caitlin back to her house because Caitlin is drunk as hell, okay? She drank. He had to kind of help her get dressed in her pajamas. She looks at Barry and she's like, "Did you sneak a peek at my goods?" I'm traumatized. That line is traumatizing. The whole team discovers that Cisco let Hartley escape, so they're not exactly happy about that. They also discover that Shauna can only teleport to where she can see, which begs the question, what would happen if you put Shauna in a room filled with mirrors and she tried to teleport? Would she get stuck in the mirror? And if she did get stuck in the mirror, could she teleport herself out of the mirror? Armed with this new knowledge that Shauna can only teleport to where she can see, Barry goes to fight her again, and he wins this time, and Shauna gets locked up in the pipeline. A win for Barry Allen. Barry decides to go on a date with Linda, okay? Screw it. I'll go on a date with Linda. She seems nice, okay? Iris doesn't like that. Girl's kind of jealous. Henry Allen, it's not expressly stated that he knows that Barry is the Flash, but he knows that Barry's the Flash. He pieced that shit together. He sleuthed it. So, Henry now knows that Barry Allen is the Flash. End screen. 2 construction workers get attacked by a giant gorilla. Giant fucking gorilla. That's for this episode. The character with the most dramatic pauses was Caitlin. She had 13. The character I laughed at the most was also Caitlin. I laughed at her once. In fact, she is the only character that I laughed at this episode. It was pretty dry. The character with the most quips was also Caitlin, making her a triple threat for this episode. And there were 2 kills by the gorilla. So big fucking gorilla. You ruined the no-kill streak that we had going on here. Episode 13, The Nuclear Man. Barry goes on a date with Linda, and he ends up kissing her. Firestorm tries to go get help from some dude called Quentin Quayle. What a name. Unfortunately, Mr. QQ does not survive the encounter with Firestorm because Firestorm blows him up and lights him on fire. Title screen! We're at Jitters. It's Cisco and Caitlin and Barry, and they're having a conversation in hush-hush tones, okay? They're like, "Barry, maybe you should take this slow with Linda, because your super speed is probably not going to do you any favors in the bedroom." Iris is at Jitters, and she's acting kind of weird whenever they mention Linda. She does not like that Barry has a girlfriend. She is a reporter at CCPN. CCPN is also where Iris works. They're co-workers. Also at Jitters, the TV is on, and everyone sees a report of the Burning Man being associated with a crime. This plot is crazy. Joe enlisted Cisco's help to get more clues on figuring out who murdered Nora Allen. So Joe and Cisco go to the Allen's old house. There is a new woman who owns this house. Her name is Sherry. And initially, I thought that Sherry was going to be like a twist villain or something, because she's portrayed in twist villain fashion. You know, she's like overtly welcoming and overtly nice to the characters, and it just kind of made me think that she was gonna be like an important twist villain later. She does not come back up after this episode. Sherry is not important. Also, Cisco and Joe are not telling anyone at Star Labs about the two of them looking into the murder because Joe doesn't want anyone else to know about it, okay? Because Joe is hiding something, and Cisco's just kind of going along with it. He doesn't really care. At Star Labs, the gang discuss Martin Stein, okay? Bet y'all wanted more info on Martin Stein. I hate Stein. So they're talking about Martin Stein. They believe that because Stein and Ronnie are merged, they think that Stein is controlling Ronnie's body somehow. Barry had met Stein previously, like right before the particle accelerator went off. They were both on the same train. Barry, Caitlin, and Wells go to talk to Clarissa, Martin Stein's wife. She is distraught. She's heartbroken. She doesn't know where Martin has been. She's like, do you guys know where he is? Do you guys know what happened to him? Like, he hasn't been home, but this creepy ass guy has been following me around. This greasy, grimy hooligan. I think he's the guy that's like accused of murder on the news today. Wells and Caitlin decide that they are going to stake out at the Stein residence to see if the Burning Man shows up. At the stakeout, Firestorm does show up, and Wells and Caitlin have to call Barry to fight him. What is Barry doing? He's on a date with Linda. They are at his house, okay? It's getting steamy, but it's also getting weird. Basically, this is weird. Okay, listen, I can't say these words in a sentence. Basically, it's about to get turned up to 100 in there, and Barry is turned on, okay? And when Barry is turned on, he starts, like, super speeding. He just starts fucking shaking. He can't really control that. And he's freaking out a little bit because he knows if he goes any farther with Linda, things are going to start to get weird, wacky, and unexplainable and even more awkward than they already are. So he, like, goes, I'm sorry, I have to go. Also, he's getting this call from Wells to go catch Firestorm. He just ditches, and then Linda's just sat there, top off, like... Barry goes to fight Firestorm, but he does not manage to, like, catch Firestorm. Back at the old Allen residence, Joe and Cisco discover something that I would consider alarming. They're like looking around the room, they're touching the walls. Cisco and Joe discover that the wallpaper was replaced. Whoever put the new wallpaper on top of the old wallpaper did not clean the wall before they put the wallpaper on it. So Cisco just peels back the wallpaper a little bit, and what is behind there? Old, nasty, dried up, crusty, musty blood. The person who put the new wallpaper on top of the old wallpaper didn't clean the blood off of it. That is disgusting. That's foul. Oh my god, how did no one notice that? Also, you're putting this wallpaper on the wall. You're like, ooh, there's some dried, crusty blood on the wall. Maybe I called the police. I'm stressed and that's gross. And whoever put that wallpaper on the wall on top of the crusty blood needs death. Death penalty. Barry goes to apologize to Linda about having to flake on her last night and how awkward that all got, but then he gets a call from Star Labs while he's having this conversation with her, so he has to leave again. Okay, this is at CCPN, by the way. So Barry leaves, and then Linda turns to Iris, and she's like, is Barry always like this? Like, what the hell is up with that? Barry talks to Iris after this, and he's like, Iris, I'm over you. I just confessed all my feelings to you. Throw them in the trash because I'm over it, okay? And Iris is like, oh. Cisco and Joe scraped the crusty, musty blood off the wall, and now they have some DNA to sample, okay? They run the tests, and they've discovered that it's not just one person's blood on the wall, that's two people's blood. There's two different strands of DNA in there. And Joe is like, Cisco, could you potentially run this blood sample against Wells's DNA? Could we see if maybe it's Wells in there? And Cisco's angry. He's like, what? You think Wells killed Nora? You think Harrison Wells is a murderer? My man Harrison Wells, my mentor, the guy that I look up to, Harrison Wells, he would never, he's a good man. Firestorm is not looking good. Wells does some science and he comes back with the numbers and he's like, guys, we have to kill Firestorm. We have to fucking kill him dead, okay? Because if we don't kill Firestorm, then in the next like 24 hours or whatever, he's gonna blow up and it's gonna be a nuclear explosion and a lot of people are gonna die, so we have to kill him. And Caitlin is like, no. Wells is like, whatever, so he tries to use these last couple of hours to figure out a solution. Barry apologizes to Linda again for flaking on her during the last apology session. Wells decides, in all of his goodness and his good heart, his big, awesome, good, non-murdery heart, he decides to convert the tachyon machine that he stole from Tina McSlay. He decides to convert it into a quantum doodad or whatever, and they hopefully are going to put this quantum thing on Firestorm and it will help them split and no one will die. And Caitlin is very happy about this. She's like, yes. Nobody questions where he got the tachyon thing from. Nobody is like, wait a minute, didn't the Reverse Flash steal that? Cisco ran the DNA test and he comes back to Joe and Joe's like, was it Wells? And Cisco's like, no, it wasn't. Wells' DNA did not come up. And me standing here saying that feels wrong. Because it is Wells. So why isn't his DNA in the crusty musty blood sample? What is this bullshit? Wells is not a suspect. So Joe is like, okay, well if Wells' DNA isn't in there, cool, I'll take him off my list. But whose DNA is in there? Cisco informs that it's Barry's DNA. And not child Barry. Adult Barry. Barry and Caitlin run out to some deserted location where Firestorm is, and they put the quantum thingy-majigger on Firestorm. Despite their best efforts, Firestorm does explode. Kerboom. End screen. After the end screen, we learn that General Krabs is back, bitch, and he wants Firestorm. That's for this episode. The character with the most dramatic pauses was Wells. He had 25. The character that I laughed at the most is a tie between Firestorm and Sherry. I laughed at both of them once. The character with the most quips was a tie between Cisco and Linda. They both had 2 quips. And the character with the most kills was Firestorm. He killed 1 person. Episode 14, Fallout. The explosion at the end of the last episode didn't kill Firestorm, it separated them. Yay! Stein and Ronnie are 2 separate people again. At Star Labs, the gang reunites with Ronnie. Everyone's like, woohoo, our bestie is back, slay. And Stein is just kind of standing there awkwardly in the corner, making, what did I write down? Insufferable quips because he feels left out. I feel like your opinions about Martin Stein will dictate whether or not you and I will get along, because I find this man insufferable and annoying and I hate him. But if you think he's charming, I don't like you. Then we get another scene of General Eiling. He discovers that Firestorm has been separated and he is not exactly happy about this, okay, because he wants Firestorm together. Ronnie and Stein kind of confront each other because Ronnie's angry. He's pissed off because when they were Firestorm, it was Ronnie's body that they were both inhabiting, but Stein was the one who was controlling it. He was making all of the decisions. He was repressing Ronnie, and this irritated Ronnie. And Stein is like, well, yeah, bro, you're lucky I was helping you like that because your emotions are too volatile. I am so logical and all I do is have a big brain and think, and so it's so good that I was in control, because if you were in control, we would have died, okay? So, you're welcome. Stein goes to see Clarissa. Joe takes Barry back to the old Allen house. He tells Barry that out of the 2 speedsters that night, one of them was the Reverse Flash, and the other was Barry from the future. Title screen. At Star Labs, the gang discussed the possibility of time travel. They're like, yeah, it's possible, but like, not really sure what the implications of that are, you know, so maybe let's not do that. A bit of a B plot with Iris that I've been skipping over because, oh my god, if I talked about everything, this video would be 24 hours long, because that's how long the entire show is. So yeah, I haven't been talking about Iris's B-plot at CCPN, but the long and short of it is, all of her co-workers, especially this guy, Mason Bridge, who I drew. They didn't respect her because they just saw her as like the girl who's there to write about the Flash. The girl with the stupid blog about the Flash. Okay, and they didn't take her seriously, but over these last couple episodes, Iris has kind of proved herself to them, and so Mason Bridge now respects her, and he wants to let her in on his little thingy that he's reporting about. He is convinced that Harrison Wells not only knew the particle accelerator was going to blow up, Wells orchestrated it blowing up. He thinks that Wells wanted the particle accelerator to blow up. And he thinks that everyone at Star Labs is in on it. And because Barry is at Star Labs so much, he could also be in on it. And since Iris is basically Barry's brother, he wants Iris to ask Barry about Wells and the particle accelerator. Barry goes to Stein's house to talk about time travel because he wants an old man's perspective, I guess. Stein is like, yeah, sounds like it would be really hard. Like, it sounds like you would have to run so fast you'd tear a hole in the space-time fucking continuum. But Barry's kind of depressed because he's like, even though I do manage to go back in time, this means that I am destined to fail in saving my mother. But also, Stein is craving pizza, something that he's never done before in his life, because this man is too sophisticated for pizza. Ronnie and Caitlin are at Jitters, and he suggests that they leave town and start fresh somewhere new. And Caitlin would love to do that, except she really likes working with the Flash, and she kind of wants to stay in Central City. While they're there, shots are fired, okay? Bam, bam, bullets in Jitters, okay? Someone is shooting up Jitters. Ronnie runs out of the building, but he gets cornered by General Eiling. Of course, this was orchestrated by General Eiling. At the Stein residence, the professor, he can feel that there's something happening to Ronnie. He knows he can sense with his little firestorm sense that there's something wrong with Ronnie, like he's in danger. So Barry runs over to Jitters and saves Ronnie. They discover that Ronnie and Stein are still connected to each other with some mind link. Barry offers to let Caitlin and Ronnie stay at his house. They go over there and they're having dinner, and Iris shows up for dinner because I guess Joe invited Iris to dinner. Ronnie's dead, okay? Everyone thinks that Ronnie's dead, so Caitlin can't be like, hi, this is Ronnie. So they have to come up with a cover story on the fly, and so Caitlin decides to pretend that Ronnie is named Sam and he is her cousin. And that's just as awkward as you think it is. Wells goes to have a talk with General Eiling. Eiling is like, Wells, I know that the Flash is Barry Allen, and if you don't give me Firestorm, I'm gonna use that information in ways you don't like. Barry asked Joe, like, do you still think Wells did it? And Joe's like, no, we ran the DNA, like, it's not Wells, okay? Fully 100% believe it's not Wells now. Wells, in true heroic, wonderful fashion, because he's such a great guy, he turns Martin Stein over to General Eiling, okay? Bye-bye, old man. Thank God. Hated that guy. Get him out of here. Thank you, Wells. I might not agree with the methods, okay? But I do respect the outcomes. Iris finds out that Sam is actually Ronnie, and Ronnie is the Burning Man, okay? So she's starting to realize that Barry and Caitlin and Ronnie and Joe are all kind of in on this thing with the Burning Man and the Star Labs, and she's starting to think that maybe they did intentionally blow off the particle accelerator. Maybe Mason Bridge is right. Maybe there is something fishy happening here. Maybe this is a fish factory. General Eiling, Slay King Icon, starts torturing Martin Stein. This scene is awesome. I love seeing that man in pain. I hate Stein so much. Okay, y'all don't even know how annoying he gets. Okay, you have no idea. I have every right to relish in his pain. Stein decides to use the mind link to use Morse code to tell Ronnie where he is. Wells warns that if Stein and Ronnie merge again, they might not be able to split back up. Barry saves Stein, but he ends up getting hit by some kind of chemical bazooka thing. So Barry's out of commission, can't help anymore. So Ronnie and Stein are forced to merge again. This time, they both kind of accept the merge. They're both like, yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna work as a team. No one is fighting each other anymore. Ronnie is in full control of his body, and Stein is more like a voice in his head. And I feel so bad for Ronnie. Like, could you imagine having that man's voice in your head? that guy is the worst guy you could possibly get merged with. Anyway, Eiling almost catches Firestorm, but at the last second, Barry kind of snaps out of whatever happened to him, and he's able to, like, land a punch on Eiling, and then they run away. Firestorm's able to successfully separate, and then Stein and Ronnie decide that they're gonna go to Pittsburgh, because Stein has a colleague in Pittsburgh who could probably help them learn more about the whole Firestorm thing. Yay, Pittsburgh. I'm from Pittsburgh. Iris goes to Mason Bridge, and she reveals that she thinks the Burning Man is working for Star Labs. Barry confidently tells Joe that he's gonna change the past, and he's gonna save his mom. Hell yeah, that's the can-do attitude that we need! Yes, Barry! End screen. Harrison Wells, dressed as the Reverse Flash, kidnaps General Eiling and throws him in the sewers to be eaten by Gorilla Grodd. No! General Eiling is literally the best character! You can't feed him to the fucking gorilla! Stats for this episode. The character with the most dramatic pauses was General Eiling. He had 33. The character that I laughed at the most is a three-way tie between Wells, Ronnie, and Stein, unfortunately. I laughed at all three of them one time each. The character with the most quips this episode was Cisco. He had 5. And the character with the most kills was Grodd, episode 15, Out of Time. In case you were wondering what happened to the second Martin brother, it's time to find out. We start the episode with a flashback to when Clyde Martin killed Joe's original partner, Detective Shire. Alright, then the two Martin brothers got in the plane, okay? The plane famously splits in half. Title screen. Blame It on the Night starts playing as we see Linda and Barry on a date at the bowling alley. That's really cute, actually. Love a good bowling date. But who do they run into there? At the exact same bowling alley on the exact same night doing the exact same thing? That's right. Iris and Eddie, okay? So, of course, the four of them decided it'll be a great idea to have a double date because that's never, ever gone wrong before. Linda and Eddie are both kind of sitting back, watching Iris and Barry interact, and they're both feeling left out. They both feel like maybe they're not the ones on the date. Then we see a scene at a coroner's office, okay? And the coroner is just doing coroner stuff when some dude comes in. This dude is Mark Martin. Mark wants to know the name of the person who killed his brother. Mark is also a metahuman. He has some kind of weather powers. Cisco and Wells are sitting together watching some old-timey movie, and Cisco just casually reveals that he has some very troubling family issues, and he doesn't really see his family very much, doesn't talk to them, doesn't really like them, and that's very relatable. Eddie and Barry both have to leave the bowling date because there's something weird happening at the coroner's office, so they both head there, and while Barry is running, he sees what seems like another version of himself running alongside him. Like, he looks over, and it's like he's looking in a mirror, like there's just another Barry running right next to him, and that's weird. He gets to the coroner's office, and when he gets there, the coroner is dead. Later, at the crime scene, Barry deduces that the coroner was killed by hail, okay? It was like somebody was just chucking hail right at him. They play an audio recording, and Joe recognizes the voice of Mark Martin, and he's like, oh my god, that can't be, like, he's dead. The coroner did tell Mark that Joe was the one who killed his brother. So now Mark Martin is after Joe. Cisco starts cooking up some kind of anti-weather thing. He started calling Mark the weather wizard. Okay. And then Barry tells Wells that he thinks he saw another him while he was running. And Wells is like, that's weird. It's probably just a speed mirage. I don't know. We'll discuss this after we put Mark in the pipeline, okay? Let's put a pin in that. At the police station, Captain Singh marches up to Joe and he's like, you need to stay away from the Martin case. You know what happens when there's a cop on a TV show when he's told he can't be on the case? Bro is on the case extra. Iris comes to see Eddie and she's like, hey Eddie, I noticed you've been a little bit distant since our bowling date. Mind telling me what's up with that? And Eddie is like, yes, I will tell you what's up with that. I feel like a third wheel when you're around Barry. Iris doesn't really like what he's saying. She's like, listen, bro, I do not have any feelings for Barry. Like, we are just friends. Joe and Barry are in the car together, and Joe asks Barry for relationship advice about Iris, and Joe's like, it's kind of weird that you're asking me for advice about Iris when I am her dad, and basically your dad, and I'm also her boyfriend's partner at work, so it's kind of weird that you're asking me. And they both kind of laugh about this, like, yes, it is weird. It is weird. And then it starts to rain, but it's only raining above their car, and so Barry is barely able to speed Joe out of the car before Martin attacks. At Central City Picture News, Mason Bridge comes up to Iris and he's like, I need your help, Queen. Can you ask your friend Barry Allen a couple of questions? Okay? And she's like, yeah, what kind of questions? And Mason reveals that he believes that Wells is involved with the disappearance of Simon Stagg, okay? Remember Simon Stagg? Holy shit, this was long ago. But Simon Stagg was famously murdered by Harrison Wells. Then Iris goes to talk to Linda, and Linda is also a communicating queen. Like, she says it how it is, and it is how she says it. And Linda says, hey, I also noticed some sussy behavior between you and Barry at bowling, and I also felt like a third wheel, and I know that you have feelings for Barry. You just need to admit that to yourself so that you can work through it however you need to work through it. And Iris is just like, no, I don't have feelings for Barry. Like, this is news to her. At Jitters, Iris asks Barry if Harrison was involved with Stagg's disappearance. And Barry's like, no, of course not. Harrison Wells could never. He is such a good guy. At Star Labs, Cisco reveals his newest creation, the Wizard's Wand. And it's supposed to, like, suck all of the moisture out of the air, because if there's no moisture in the air, then Mark Martin won't be able to, like, make any weather, because there needs to be moisture in the air for there to be rain or hail or snow or stuff like that. And then Barry admits to Cisco and Caitlin that Iris asked him about Wells. Cisco gets a little quiet. He's like, yeah, At the police station, Cisco gives Joe the magic wand, and he's like, hey, Joe, why exactly did you think that Wells killed Barry's mom? Just curious. And Joe's like, I don't know, just thought he looked sus, you know? It's just gut instinct, I guess. But I was wrong, and I told you I was gonna drop it, okay? And Cisco's like, yeah, okay. Cisco is about to leave, and he catches Martin entering the building. That's not good. He tries to call Barry. Martin goes to confront Joe. Joe is too far away from the magic wand to grab it, okay? So Martin is able to use his weather powers in the police station, and he ends up hitting Captain Singh with a lightning bolt. Uh-oh, not great. Barry shows up after this has happened, and he's able to save everyone else except the captain, but he does take Captain Singh to the hospital. At Star Labs, Cisco and Caitlin have a chat about Wells. Cisco is like, listen, there's a lot of stuff that's just not adding up for me, okay? 1 + 1 is not equaling 2 in this situation. So I need you to distract Wells tomorrow so that I can do something in the lab, okay? And he can't be here and he can't know about it. So could you please distract him? And Caitlin is reluctant because she doesn't think that Wells is bad or has done anything bad, but she does agree to distract him. At the hospital, we meet Captain Singh's fiance, who is a man. So that would make Captain Singh the second gay character in the show. Woo! Love the representation so far. We have nerdy, freaky little know-it-all bitch boy over here and the cop. The doctor is worried that Singh might never be able to walk again, and also that his brain might be irreparably damaged. Joe tells Barry to stay with Iris because he's worried that Mark might come after Iris as well. Barry goes to CCPN to pick up Iris, but Iris isn't there, who is Mason Bridge, okay? And Mason Bridge gets his big old nose up in Barry's face, and he's like, well. I have proof that Wells killed Simon Stagg, and I'm gonna post it in the paper tomorrow, okay? Slay. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. Iris and Barry talk. Iris is like, Linda isn't right for you. And Barry's just sitting there like, okay, then who is? Cisco is at Star Labs. Wells is being distracted by Caitlin. What did Cisco want to do? He wanted to check the supercapacitor, okay? The supercapacitor is basically the speed force field thing that I was talking about in the Tachyon episode. Cisco's investigating the supercapacitor. There's something weird about it, and he discovers that there's a hologram of the Reverse Flash. A hologram of the Reverse Flash that just shows up inside of the supercapacitor. Supercapacitor. Eddie and Joe are after Mark Martin. They find his secret hideout. When they get there, Joe gets pulled out of the window by a gust of wind, and Eddie is like, Joe! Joe is captured by Mark. Mark starts monologuing, and he tells Joe that when he fell out of the plane, he broke like every bone in his body. And again, Ricardo Diaz would like to chat because y'all are stealing his thunder. At Jitters, Caitlin is distracting Wells with coffee, okay? When she gets up to go get their coffee, she turns around. Wells is gone, but the wheelchair is still there. This is the point where I'm gonna start laughing and I'm not gonna be able to stop laughing because the entire rest of this episode is so absurd. This is it. It doesn't get better than this. At Star Labs, Cisco discovers that the entire interaction that they had with the Reverse Flash that day was fabricated. It was all a hologram. They were never in any danger. The Reverse Flash wasn't even in the room with them. Or was he? Because the Reverse Flash is Harrison Wells. Just as Cisco pieces all of this together, Wells walks in the room. You need to buckle up, alright? Buckle up and then buckle up again because you aren't ready for this. Wells monologues about basically his entire backstory, okay? He says that his name is not Harrison Wells. His name is Ubard Thawne. He's a distant relative of Eddie Thawne, okay? He says he's not from this place or this time, and he reveals that he's only training the Flash to go faster because it's a means for him to get back to his home, his time, whenever that is. He says that he didn't mean to kill Nora that night. His target was Barry, okay? But he just settled for Nora, I guess. Cisco, listening to all this, watching Wells get closer and closer. I'm sorry, Thawne, Ubard Thawne, watching this man get closer and closer. Cisco starts to cry. He's like, oh fuck, it's done. I'm cooked. I'm absolutely cooked. Thawne Wells goes up to Cisco and he's like, I'm sorry I have to do this because like I truly have grown fond of you over the years, but you are about to be killed. Then he starts vibrating his hand really fast, like super speed fast, and he shoves his vibrating hand into Cisco's chest, and Cisco dies. You can't just kill Cisco in episode
15.
What is that? What? Time for the final scene, y'all, and it just gets crazier and crazier. This episode is a fever dream. Barry and Iris are heading to save Joe, okay? Iris reveals to Barry that she loves him and she has always loved him. They kiss, alright? They kiss, they smooch. But then, on the distance, there's a fucking tsunami. Biggest tsunami in the world probably, headed straight for the city, okay? So Barry has to act fast. He transforms into the Flash right in front of Iris. And then he starts running up and down the beach as fast as he possibly can to kind of like stop the tsunami. He ends up running so fast that he goes back in time to the start of the episode. End screen. The character with the most dramatic pauses this episode was Barry. He had 18. The character that I laughed at the most this episode is a tie between Barry and Wells. I laughed at them both 4 times. I was cackling this episode, not gonna lie. The character with the most quips was Cisco. He had 3. And the character with the most kills is a tie between Wells and Mark. They both killed 1 person. Episode 16. Rogue time. Barry is very disoriented and confused. Title screen. Barry replays the events from the previous episode and he comes to the realization that he has just time traveled. All of the terrible things that happened last episode did not happen. Captain Singh is not in the hospital. Cisco is not dead. At Star Labs, we learn a little bit more about Cisco's family drama that was alluded to in the other episode. We learn that he has a brother named Dante, almost Dante's birthday, and Cisco is kind of deciding whether or not he wants to go to the function. Wells realizes that Barry has time traveled, and he tells Barry that he needs to replay the events of the past exactly as they were and not change anything. And Barry's like, but Wells, you don't understand what happened. Like, I have to do something different because there was a bit. Wells is like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Do not tell me about the future or the possible future that you time traveled back from. Like, I can't know about that because if I know about that, then I could fuck up the timeline, and I'm not fucking up the timeline, Barry. This is on you. Wells does go into his secret room and check the future newspaper to make sure that Barry time traveling didn't fuck up the future, right? And Wells is glad to see that the future 2024 newspaper is still exactly the same. Barry decides that this time he's gonna do things differently. So he goes straight to Mark Martin and he locks him in the pipeline before that guy can even do anything. Barry is like, Slay, I just saved everyone from a tsunami that they didn't even know was gonna happen. And Wells is like, Barry, this is not the Slay that you think it is, okay? You are not serving the look you think you're serving right now, because when you fuck with the timeline, it fucks with you tenfold. The icon, the legend, the king, Leonard Snart is back with Mick in tow, alright? They have been captured by the Mafia. They avoid capture and they decide that they're gonna take over the Mafia. That's what they're doing now. Cisco takes Caitlin to Dante's birthday party. At the party, we can see kind of how the Ramon family treats the two different brothers. They kind of ignore Cisco, even though he is an accomplished scientist. Whatever, that's not important because Dante can play the piano! Ooh! Dante comes up to Caitlin and he starts kind of flirting with her, and Cisco's like, what the fuck is your problem? And Dante compares Cisco to a dog. And that's mean. So Cisco leaves and Caitlin follows him out because she's not hanging around there. At Central City Picture News, Linda goes up to Barry and she breaks up with him. Barry seizes the moment and he goes up to Iris and he's like, hey, bestie, do you want to get coffee with me? And Iris is like, sure. Before Barry leaves CCPN, he goes up to Mason Bridge and he's like, Mason Bridge, Wells has nothing to do with Simon Stagg. And, you're an idiot. Barry and Cisco meet at a bar, and the two of them are chatting when a woman in the most obvious Spirit Halloween blonde wig rolls up to them, and she's like, starts flirting with them. Specifically flirting with Cisco. Cisco ends up going back to this woman's house. Turns out, Blondie here is not blonde. She is a brunette, and she is Lisa Snart. We love foreshadowing in this house. She kidnaps Cisco, brought him back to Leonard, and Leonard, Mick, and Lisa want Cisco to remake the cold gun and the heat gun, or else. Okay, what's the else? It's Dante. They kidnapped Dante. After Cisco is done making the guns, you know, he did his end of the bargain, let him go. No, because Lisa wants a gun too. She's like, why don't all the boys get to have the fun? Barry and Iris meet at Jitters for their little coffee date, and Barry is just like, I like you, you like me, break up with Eddie already, and let's just date. And Iris is fucking angry. She's like, Barry, we've been over this shit. I don't have feelings for you. We are just friends, and I love Eddie. And she leaves, and Barry is just sat there like, but you confessed your love. Barry doesn't have a lot of time to dwell on this because he learns that Snart is back and goes to try and catch Snart and Mick at a casino. They're robbing a casino. He ends up confronting them at the casino, and Snart reveals that he has Cisco, and Barry has to let him continue with the robbery or he'll kill Cisco. At the crime scene later, Eddie comes up to Barry and just sucker punches him in the face. Like, bam. Pow. Everyone's like, whoa, what the fuck? And then Eddie's like, stay away from Iris. Wells finally lets Barry tell him what happened in the previous future. And Barry's like, there was a tsunami, and Iris told me she loved me, and we kissed. And then, but I just talked to Iris earlier, and she told me to go fuck myself. So what am I supposed to do, Wells? And Wells is like, well, It sounds to me like Iris only confessed her feelings to you because the crisis made her realize that she had these feelings to begin with. And Barry's like, well, I can't recreate a fucking tsunami. Cisco and Dante are both still kidnapped, and they start having a little heart-to-heart in Espanol, where Cisco is like, Dante, I thought you hated me, and Dante's like, no, I could never hate you. I was actually jealous of you. Dante reveals that he's jealous of Cisco, and he's always been jealous of Cisco because Cisco's more accomplished than him. And Cisco's like, what the fuck? But I'm jealous of you, so, we can't both, this isn't how that works. Dante tries to ambush Mick and escape. That does not work. Snart shoots Dante with the cold gun. Leonard's like, we can still save his arm if you tell me who the Flash is. Cisco and Dante get freed from Leonard and Mick, and Cisco admits to the group that he told Snart Barry's real name. He apologizes and he quits Team Flash. Joe goes to Iris and he's like, Iris, you keep saying that you love Eddie, but you're gonna have to, prove it, because right now nobody believes you. The team at Star Labs minus Cisco discover that Snart attacking the casino was just a ploy, because whenever a casino gets attacked, they move their money to a secure location, so they just wanted them to move the money so they could attack the trucks that are moving the money. Barry runs in and he scoops Snart up off his fucking motorcycle and he brings Snart to the middle of the forest. Barry is like, Snart, I would really like it if you stopped committing crimes. And Snart's like, not gonna happen. Barry's like, how about you go commit crimes in a different city? And Snart's like, nah, I like this one. And Barry's like, well, how about we make a deal? The deal is that Barry will continue to let Captain Cold and his rogues gallery commit crimes in Central City if and only if he doesn't kill anyone and he doesn't tell anyone Barry's identity and does not try to harm any of Barry's friends or family members. And Snart agrees to that. He's like, yeah, sure. And they shake on it and everything. Next day, Caitlin meets up with Iris and Eddie at Jitters, and she explains to them that Barry is suffering from lightning psychosis. Caitlin, best wing woman ever, she was lied to them and said that lightning psychosis makes people randomly express outbursts of love. And yeah, that's crazy. The Reverse Flash, aka Harrison Wells, goes to Central City Picture News, murders Mason Bridge, and destroys all of his evidence. Barry is about to ask Wells if he did have anything to do with Simon Stagg's disappearance, but just before he does, he sees a report on the TV about Mason Bridge being murdered, and Barry decides not to ask him that. End screen. Barry meets up with Joe, and he's like, Joe, I think you were right about Wells. Stats for this episode. The character with the most dramatic pauses was a tie between Barry and Wells. They both had 20. The character I laughed at the most was Barry and Snart, a tie. They both had 2 laughs. The character that made the most quips this episode was Cisco. He made 3. And the character with the most kills is a 3-way tie between Wells, Snart, and Lisa. They each killed 1 person. Episode 17, Tricksters.
Did somebody call for a trickster?
No. Wait. What the fuck is happening? Wait, what?
Greetings, my friends. It is I, me, but from the future. I'm dressed like this because it's Halloween. Not because I'm evil. Just because it's Halloween. Speaking of time travel, I am here to explain the rudimentary rudiments of time travel to your simple minds. Consider this a treat on this day of Halloween. So how does it work? Well, it works a little something like this. This top line in green, this is the timeline before Barry Allen fucked it up. He was going on about his day until he got right here to the tsunami. Then he ran so fast, he went back in time to the start of the episode. But wait, he's not on the same timeline anymore. No, he's on a new timeline. He went from the green to the blue. And then Barry continued about his life on the blue timeline, squee-doo-doo-doo-doo, all the way to the future. And everyone else, down here at the bottom, had no clue any of it even happened at all. The rest of the world, the simpletons, they have no idea about the future that Barry changed. All they know is the trajectory that they're currently on. So while Barry is living in a world where he split the timeline in two, these poor souls are living in a world where there's only one known timeline to them. Everything up here, they don't know about, and they don't care about, and it doesn't matter. Well, I should be getting back to my time now. I do have a very important Halloween party to get to. But before I go, riddle me this. I'm easy to miss, but I make a big impact. My heart beats for you, but only if you act. You know what to do, but you ignore unless I cry. Find me in the phrase that ends with, and subscribe. Toodles, bitches.
I fucking hate riddles. Episode 17, Tricksters. The episode starts with a flashback of the night that Nora died. Okay, we're back in the house, we're rehashing this for the millionth time, except this time we get to see up close as the two speedsters fight. We watch them throw a couple of punches at each other, and Barry and Joe are in the crime lab, and they are going over Barry's murder board, which now has been updated to include pictures and articles of Wells. They are convinced that Wells is a part of the murder, but they're not 100% sure yet that Wells is the Reverse Flash, okay? Barry wants to straight up ask Wells, okay? And Joe is like, dumb idea, Barry, we're not doing that. Just outside the window, some asshole starts dropping bombs on a park full of children, so Barry runs over there and saves a little boy named Henry. The bomber then does a live stream where he overlooks his handiwork and is like, I just bombed the city. This dude is dressed in a studded out jacket with a pointy mask, and he calls himself the Trickster. Joe tells the guys at Star Labs that the Trickster is a copycat of another guy who called himself the Trickster and was a terrorist who killed 12 people back in the day. The OG Trickster is called James Jesse, and they say that's like Jesse James, but more twisted. And James Jesse is locked up in Iron Heights prison. We get part 2 of the Speedster flashback, alright? We see little Barry being saved by one of the Speedsters who we know is Barry based on the color of the lightning. And in the meantime, while he was doing that, Reverse Flash killed Nora. And then Reverse Flash ran out of there. Reverse Flash starts running down the street until he runs out of speed. Like, he just slows down to a walk, and then he crumples in a heap on the ground. And he asks his smartwatch, Gideon, what the fuck is up right now. And Gideon is like, there is no traces of the Speed Force detected within your system. You can't go back home. You're stuck here. Like, no! The Reverse Flash pulls off his mask to reveal some random ass guy that we've never seen before. Joe and Barry go to visit James Jesse. He is absolutely no help, but he does reveal that he had a secret lair, and perhaps the new Trickster went there. So that's what Barry and Joe go looking for. Iris asks Eddie to look into Mason Bridges' disappearance because he's been gone for a while. And Eddie's like, I'm busy now, but maybe I'll do it later, okay? Joe and Barry find the Trickster's old lair. They discover that it's been completely emptied. They go back to Iron Heights and tell this to the original Trickster. Original Trickster's like, fuck, it looks like all of my shit's been taken, including the gigantic big boom boom bomb that could level the whole city. We get a Harrison Wells flashback. It's Harrison and he is just chilling somewhere with Tess Morgan. We get to see her. She is beautiful. She's gorgeous. Originally, Harrison wanted to name Star Labs after Tess. He wanted to call it TESS. Okay, but Tess is like, how about STAR? That's way cooler. Has a better ring to it. And Wells is like, you know what, girlie, you're right. You're always right. So in the background of this, we see the guy that revealed himself as the Reverse Flash just lurking ominously, staring at Harrison Wells. The Trickster tricks again. He goes on a live stream and tells everyone that the big boom boom bomb is about to blow, so Barry starts running around the city looking for it, but turns out that was all a distraction so that the new Trickster could break the old Trickster out of prison, and it turns out the two of them have been working together the whole time and now they're teamed up. Also, the two Tricksters decided to take a hostage. Who? Henry Allen. New Trickster lore just dropped. The new Trickster's name is Axel, and it turns out that he is actually the old Trickster's secret son. New Wells lore just dropped as well. We get to see the scene where Wells and Tess are in the car driving home from where the hell they just were. The car drives over a set of spikes, okay? Some bitch put spikes in the road, alright? Car drives over the spikes, car flips over. Tess is pretty much dead at this point. Harrison is still clinging on to life. Wells calls out because there's some dude standing in the corner. Guess who it is? It's this fucking guy. And Wells is like, help her. And Reverse Flash is just like,
She's been dead for centuries.
Iris rolls up to a fundraiser that the mayor is holding. Turns out the Tricksters have trapped everyone at the fundraiser, and they poisoned the wine that everyone drank. All of the guests have to transfer all of their money to the Tricksters in order to buy the antidote. Barry runs to this event to try and save everyone. The Tricksters plant a bomb on him that will blow up if he stops running. So Barry has to start running, and he's running. So Wells is like, Barry, you can try to phase through it. And Wells coaches him through phasing the way that only someone who has done that before would be able to do. Barry runs through a tractor trailer. The bomb ends up slipping off his arm. He goes back to the function and he saves everyone there. He goes back to save his dad as well, who was kidnapped, and they hug, and Barry officially reveals to him that he is the Flash. We see a continuation of the car crash flashback, alright? Wells is trying to crawl out of the car while this fucking guy starts approaching, like, very menacingly. Reverse Flash tells Wells that his name is Ubard Thawne. He says that in 2020, Wells and Tess would successfully launch the particle accelerator, and it would change the course of history forever. But Ubard here needs that to happen a little faster. He connects himself to Wells using some kind of weird cord. It sucks the life out of Wells. Wells just crumples into a heap on the ground like a fleshy pile of bones. It's absolutely disgusting and unnerving. Ubard is now wearing Wells's skin. He looks exactly like Wells, but he's not. So Ubard just fucking murdered Wells and is now wearing his skin as a suit. Joe talks to Eddie and he's like, Eddie, I think you're gonna need to sit down for this. And then Barry comes in and reveals to Eddie that he is the Flash. Now Joe, Eddie, and Barry are kind of a team, and they tell Eddie to stop Iris from looking into Mason Bridge. Eddie tells Iris that Mason Bridge is out hiking. He ran away with a girl and is now hiking in the Amazon. I say. Barry, Eddie, and Joe discuss Harrison Wells, and they all agree that he is the Reverse Flash. Like, he simply has to be. After that shit he said about phasing, how would anybody but a speedster know how to fucking phase like that? Okay? Undeniable proof. End screen. This episode ends with the final part of the car crash flashback, where Ubard Thawne, now wearing Wells' skin, crawls out of the car and is like, help me. Stats for this episode. The character with the most dramatic pauses was Wells. He had 21. The character that I laughed at the most was Barry. I laughed at him 4 times. And the character with the most quips this episode is a tie between Cisco and the old Trickster. They both had 2. Character with the most kills on screen was Ubard. He killed 2 people, but off screen, the old Trickster killed 12 people. Episode 18, All-Star Team Up. The Flash is now fully teamed up with Eddie and Joe, and he is helping the police take down criminal after criminal. Then we get a scene of a woman called Dr. Kang, and she is leaving Mercury Labs, and she gets attacked by killer bees. And she dies. Title screen, Barry wants to let Cisco and Caitlin in on the fact that Wells is the Reverse Flash. Joe is like, maybe we don't do that. Can't really trust them. They might be working with Wells. This would be a good time to point out that I added something new to the board. It's the yellow W. Very hard to see because it's yellow. Anyone who knows that Wells is the Reverse Flash has a yellow W. At Star Labs, the team is trying to figure out about a potential meta that can control bees. Felicity shows up. She's back! Slay! I love Felicity. It's always a good time when she shows up. But she's not alone this time. She brought some company. Who? Well, this is a character that we have not met before. It's like flying in from the sky. Big man in a big metal red and blue suit. Flying in through the sky. Like it's giving Iron Man, but like we have Iron Man at home. It's this guy, Ray Palmer. Who is Ray Palmer? A billionaire CEO from Starling City, and he is also Felicity's boyfriend. We have much to discuss. Billionaire boyfriend Ray Palmer over here built that robot suit that he flew in. The robot suit is called the Atom suit, okay? Atom is an acronym. I don't give a fuck what it stands for. He needs help refining the suit, so he came to Star Labs because Cisco could probably help with that. Barry is upset that everyone is now diverting their attention to helping Ray Palmer with his fucking Atom suit when they should be looking for this bee meta, okay? Because there are killer bees in the city, guys. Felicity takes Barry to Jitters so they can talk, and Cisco gets to work on that suit. Joe and Eddie have an argument about Iris. Joe does not want Eddie to tell Iris that Barry is the Flash. Here we go again, okay? Can't tell Iris. She can tell that he is hiding something from her. Barry and Felicity are at Jitters, and Barry is about to tell Felicity about the whole Wells situation, but then Eddie shows up. Felicity suggests that she, Ray, Eddie, Iris, and Barry go on a date together to a fancy restaurant. Barry agrees to go because it'll make Iris happy, but he also doesn't want to be a fucking fifth wheel on their double date. Like, that sounds awful. Cisco and Ray are chatting about the adjustments to Ray's suit, and Ray calls Cisco clever. The word clever triggers Cisco into having a fucking flashback to the alternate timeline where Wells killed him. The bees are back. Barry runs to the scene, but he is too late to save the victim of the bees. This person dies, and Barry's about to also die too, because these bears. Damn, imagine a swarm of bears. These bees are also going after Barry, and they get in there and they fuck him up really bad, and he's dead. Barry's dead on the fucking ground. But thank God they put a defibrillator in his suit, guys, so it's fine. So he's fine. At Star Labs, the gang tell Barry to, maybe chill out for a little bit. He did kind of just die almost. And Barry's like, nope! And unbeknownst to everyone, there is a bee inside Star Labs. Dinner obviously does not go well. Everything is immediately awkward. Iris and Eddie's relationship is very rocky, and she is not doing anything to attempt to make it seem like everything's fine. Eddie's trying to have a nice dinner. Iris doesn't want to play nice. Barry leaves. Felicity leaves with Barry. They have a little aside outside. He finally tells Felicity that Wells is evil. And Felicity is like, well, you think that's fucking bad. Here's a whole list of spoilers for Arrow Season 3 that I'm not about to tell you. But there's a lot. There's a lot going on in Arrow right now. Then Ray comes in and he's like, guys, can you please come back? They're fighting. And she says that until Eddie tells her what he's hiding, she's gonna be staying at her dad's house. At Star Labs, Barry is able to catch the bee, and they discover that it's not an actual bee, it's a robot bee. Is this a Black Mirror episode? They also discover that both of the victims that have been killed by the robot bees worked for Mercury Labs, and they suspect that perhaps Tina McSlay might know something about that, so they go to talk to her. We learn from McGee that the person who designed the robot bees is a woman called Brie Larvin. McGee originally supported the project until she discovered that Brie intended on weaponizing the bees, and then she cut funding for the project and fired Brie. Joe says, hey, McGee, that kind of makes you a target. And Tina McGee is like, I don't need your protection. At Jitters, Felicity tells Barry that he needs to trust Cisco and Caitlin with the information that Wells is evil because they seem trustworthy. And Barry is still not so sure. Iris asks Barry if he thinks that Eddie is cheating on her. And Barry's like, no, of course not. The gang at Star Labs find out that the bees are headed for Mercury Labs, specifically headed for Tina McGee, okay? She was a target. Ray goes after the bees, and Barry goes after Brie, because they're in two separate places. Felicity is able to hack the bees in order to stop them from killing Barry a second time. Cisco ends up getting stung by one of the robotic bees in order to save Ray and Caitlin. And Barry is able to save Cisco by using some of the lightning from his super speed to shock him back awake. Barry no longer suspects that Cisco is evil. Iris goes to Eddie and is like, hey, I get that you might not want to talk to me about whatever this is that you don't want to talk to me about, but until you tell me what is bothering you, I'm breaking up with you. We're done. We're cooked. End screen. After the end screen, Barry tells Cisco that Wells is evil, and Cisco is like, oh my god, the craziest thing just happened. I've been having these dreams that Wells kills me and admits that he's the reverse Flash. So stats for this episode, the character with the most dramatic pauses was Barry. He had 22. The character that I laughed at the most this episode was Felicity. I laughed at her twice. And the character with the most quips this episode was also Felicity. She had 4 quips. The character with the most kills was Bree. She killed 2 people. Now would be a good time to point out that The Flash and Arrow are kind of meant to be watched simultaneously. Like, when these were airing, you were supposed to watch The Flash, and then the next day, a new episode of Arrow would come out. I will be glossing over a lot of the Arrow spoiler things that happen in this episode, because this next episode is kind of riddled with Arrow spoilers, and if you've never seen it, these are gonna go over your head anyway. If you're familiar with that show, ignore Laurel. Ignore what Laurel says. Don't dwell on it. It's not important. Sarah is fine, okay? Sarah's on vacation. With that out of the way, this is episode 19. Who is Harrison Wells? We are finally asking the big question. Group meeting. It's Barry, Joe, Cisco, Caitlin, and Eddie, alright? They are all collaborating now. Barry has told all of them that Wells is evil. They decide that in order to truly understand what is happening here, they need to figure out Wells' backstory. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? Cotton Eye. Joe and Cisco plan to take a road trip to Starling City to get more info about that car crash that killed Tess Morgan. Caitlin still thinks that there is a chance that Wells is actually a good person and they got the wrong guy, but she did agree not to tell Wells about where Cisco was going. At the Starling City bank, we see this woman called Nina, and she works at the bank, and she just robbed the bank, okay? And then we cut to her in the police station getting questioned by Eddie, and this girl swears that that's not her. Looks like her, talks like her, walks like her, but she would never steal. That is absolutely not her. And Eddie would think that maybe she's just a liar if this hadn't happened at multiple different other locations where these people are like, yeah, that's me on the camera, but like, I didn't do that. So Eddie asks the team to investigate a potential metahuman. He thinks that mind control is at play here. The guy that stole the diamonds from the bank is trying to sell the diamonds to a fence. The fence clocks that these are stolen diamonds, calls the cops. Joe shows up to the scene, and Barry is there shortly after. They start fighting the guy. Joe ends up getting in a fist fight with this man. This is when we realize that this meta does not mind control people. He can turn into other people. Okay, so he touched Joe, he turned into Joe, and he just started touching people, changing, and disappeared into a crowd of people. Crazy. What are we doing here? At Star Labs, Wells is like, Barry, do not let that motherfucker touch you. In Starling City, Joe and Cisco meet up with none other than Detective Lance. Where is he? Down here. Lance! Lance from Arrow. Oh my god, slay. Lance has been promoted from whatever he was before to captain. So Lance is the captain now. He also has a bad heart. Kind of has a more chill life. He's not really in the field as much. Joe asks if they can see the file on Wells in the car crash, and Lance gives him the file, but then Joe's like, hey buddy, do you mind if we go investigate the crash site itself? And Lance thinks that's weird. He thinks that's weird for sure, but he's like, okay, we'll go. And while they're there, Laurel shows up at the police department. Miss Girl. She goes up to Cisco, and she's like, hey, Cisco, I know who you are. I know that you work with the Flash. And how do I know this? It's because I'm the Black Canary, and I need you to do something for me. I need you to modify my sister's sonic device so that it works for me, because it's not fucking working. And we are not going to talk about that. Also, at this current moment in Arrow Season 3, Laurel and her father, Detective Lance, Captain Lance, so sorry, they're beefing, okay? When are these bitches not beefing? They're always fighting. Lance does not agree with Laurel being a vigilante. He thinks that's bad. And Laurel is like, Dad, I don't give a fuck, I'll do whatever I want. Wells is at his mansion, enjoying a night, walking around on his perfectly useful legs when the doorbell rings. Who was at the door? Caitlin. She came for answers. She wanted to have a little chit-chat with Wells. Just as Wells is about to open the door, Caitlin's gone. Barry came, snatched her ass up. She's gone. And now they're in the forest, Barry and Caitlin. And Barry's like, Caitlin, what the fuck? And Caitlin's like, I just want to talk to the guy because you guys are so quick to, like, snap your fingers and point at him and say that he's evil. And I just don't buy it because, like, what if he is actually evil? Then all of the stuff that I've done at Star Labs working for this man, I've been working for an evil guy. And does that make me evil by proxy? I don't want to be evil. Eddie and Barry discover that the metahuman who can shapeshift into other people, his name is Hannibal. Who the fuck names their child Hannibal, bitch? Anyway, they think that Hannibal might be holed up at his grandma's house. He is. He's actually impersonating his goddamn grandmother. Hannibal touches Eddie, turns into Eddie, shoots 2 cops on camera as Eddie, and then runs off. Iris comes by and is like, Barry, what the fuck is going on? They just locked up Eddie. They're saying he shot cops. Like, this can't be real. And Barry's like, it's not real, okay? Don't worry, we'll clear his name. Back at the car crash site, Cisco has some fucking goofy ass metal detector adjacent device, okay? Because he's always got a gadget. He's just whoop, 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 whoop all around the scene. And while he's doing that, Lance and Joe have a conversation where Lance is like, daughters, man, daughters are so crazy. Cisco, with his stupid little gadget, discovers that there's some tachyons floating around in the air where the crash site is. That's weird. Despite Barry's best efforts, the DA does not believe that Eddie is innocent. She has proof that he shot people, okay? It's on camera. This is 2014. They didn't have that great deep fake technology yet, so that's definitely Eddie. At Barry's house. Knock, knock on the door. Who is it? It's Eddie. What? Eddie? I thought you were in jail, says Barry, flabbergasted. Eddie's like, they let me out. Whoa, that's crazy. That's not Eddie, that's the meta. So the fucking metahuman touches Barry, impersonates Barry, and he also ties Barry up and leaves him locked in the closet. And then after this happens, Caitlin shows up at Barry's house. Knock, 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 it's Caitlin. So now Hannibal, looking like Barry, has to navigate through the most awkward and strangest conversation that he possibly can with Caitlin because he has no context for who Barry even is. She's talking to him about the meta. She calls him the everyman, and then she takes Barry back to Star Labs. At the crash site, Cisco and Joe dig up a crusty, musty skeleton. Lance is on my page here. He's like, that's crazy, we gotta report that. But Joe is like, hey, cop to cop, can you just let this one slide? Maybe don't tell anyone about this. At Star Labs, the fake Barry obviously has no idea what the fuck is going on. Could you imagine just walking into Star Labs and having to improv your way through Barry Allen's life without having any context for who this guy is? He ends up getting the vibes all fucking wrong, and he tries to seduce Caitlin. He ends up kissing Caitlin, leaving Caitlin confused as fuck because she did not expect that. Iris shows up and she's like, guys, I looked at the video, okay? That's definitely not Eddie who shot the cops because Eddie is right-handed and the shooter shot them with his left hand, okay? This is irrefutable fucking proof. And fake Barry is like, oh, is it now? Is it now? And he starts grabbing a gun with his left hand. He would have shot both of them if Wells hadn't wheeled in at just the right time to tase the motherfucker. The plan is that Iris and Caitlin are going to put this meta in the back of their fucking car and just drive him down to the police station. Okay, would be fine if this bitch didn't turn himself into a little girl, roll down the windows, and start screaming that she's been kidnapped. So the meta gets away. Caitlin goes back to Barry's house. She frees Barry, who was tied up in the closet, and is like, we got a problem. At Starling City Police Department, Joe and Lance have a final chat where Joe is like, maybe you should forgive Laurel for whatever the hell you're holding this grudge for, alright? And Cisco gives Laurel the sonic device that he modified. How did he have time for that? Cisco also suggests calling the sonic device the Canary Cry. At Star Labs, Caitlin has developed a serum that will stop the meta from transforming into other people, and she gives it to Barry, and Barry, like, reaches out to her to be like, oh my god, thank you, Caitlin, and she, like, flinches away from his hand because the girl is traumatized. Barry is able to catch the meta. He has this crazy boss fight with the guy. He starts transforming into every single character from the cast, telling Barry how fucking awful he is, until Barry, like, sucker punches his ass and then brings him back to Star Labs. Eddie gets released from prison because now everyone knows that there is a person out there who can, like, fucking transform into other people, so Eddie is free. He goes up to Iris and he's like, Iris, I've been working with the Flash. Cisco and Joe have a team meeting with Barry and Caitlin where they show them the pile of bones that they dug up, okay? And they DNA tested it. Those bones are Harrison Wells' bones. End screen. Cisco, Caitlin, and Barry are snooping around Star Labs and they discover Wells' secret room. This is huge. They see the yellow suit, which is more irrefutable proof that Wells is the Reverse Flash, and they see the newspaper from 2024, and Cisco, in all his wisdom, says, what the frack? The stats for this episode. The character with the most dramatic pauses was Barry. He had 24. The character that I laughed at the most was Caitlin by far. I laughed at her 5 times. The character with the most quips was Cisco. He had 4. And the character with the most kills was Hannibal, although I'm not sure if those 2 cops died or not. Episode 20, The Trap. Barry, Cisco, and Caitlin are inside Not Wells' secret room. They're reading the newspaper. They discover that the person that wrote it is Iris West Allen, so now they're all like, oh my god, Barry and Iris get married? What? Cisco also observes that in the newspaper, the Flash's suit is different, and he's like, oh my god, if I changed your suit, would that cause a time paradox? Then Gideon starts fucking talking to them. They're like, oh my god, what the hell are you? And she's like, I'm Gideon, and I know who you are. You're Barry Allen, the director of the Central City CSI. He's not the director of the Central City CSI. Barry's like, well, if you know who we all are, like, what's Wells doing here? Can you tell us that? And she's like, yeah, he's here to kill you. Wells wheels into the building. Cisco knows this because he put a tracker on Wells' wheelchair. And if that's not the funniest fucking thing that has happened in this whole show, like, I don't know what is. They don't have much time to talk to Gideon as Wells approaches, but they do ask a couple of more frantic questions. Gideon reveals that she was created by Barry, so she'll answer any question he wants to know. She tells them that Wells purposefully let the particle accelerator explode so that Barry would become the Flash. The gang speeds away before Wells gets there. Title screen. At Jitters, Eddie goes up to Joe, and he's like, Joe, I want to propose to Iris. Can I please have your blessing? Joe's like, no. Barry catches Joe and Eddie up to speed on what happened inside the room they're now calling the Time Vault. Barry finally admits to everyone that he had actually time traveled before, and they're like, oh my god. That means that Wells could have actually time traveled all the way here from 2024. Barry thinks that Cisco's weird dreams are actually remnants of the timeline from before, so he has the crazy idea to get Cisco into a lucid dream state so that they can get a confession from Wells inside of Cisco's dream. Wells comes in, and he actually ends up helping them create the device that they're going to use to figure out if he's evil or not. At the police department, Barry runs into Captain Singh, and he's in a really good mood, but he's also stressed because he's planning his gay wedding. And he's like, oh my god, Barry, never get married. Lol. Eddie comes up to Barry, and he's like, Barry, I was talking to Joe earlier, and I asked him for his blessing to propose to Iris, and he told me no. Can you, like, maybe ask him why he said that? I would love the details. And Barry is kind of freaked out by this, because, like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to marry Iris. Eddie's like, Iris Thawne has a nice ring to it, and Barry is just like, I think she'll want to hyphenate. At the CSI lab, Barry, Caitlin, and Joe hook Cisco up to the lucid dream device, okay? This thing is like one of them big caps, the sci-fi head equipment. You know what I'm talking about? So he puts this on, lays down, goes to sleep. Cisco starts freaking out immediately. He's like, if I die in the dream, will I die in real life? Because Wells does kill me, guys. I don't want to die in real life. And everyone's like, calm down, Cisco. Cisco kind of walks through the dream that he's having, and he's narrating it out to everyone. And now everybody knows that Wells's real name is... Bro, my iPhone literally just ran out of storage. So I had to spend like 20 minutes deleting shit just so that I could come back here and yap. It's been a terrible day, okay? I'm having the worst day of my life. What was I talking about? Yeah, Cisco's dream. They all know that Wells's name is Ubard Thawne. He is a Reverse Flash. He killed Nora, and he wants to kill Barry. Wells calls Barry and asks where he is because there's a fire in a building somewhere downtown. So Barry runs to go save people from the fire. He unlocks a new skill, the arguably stupidest skill the Flash has. He twists his arms around really fast and creates a vacuum that sucks all the air out of the room, thus stopping the fire, and he saves everyone in the building, including Singh's fiance, who happened to work there. Wells has another mentor chat with Barry where he's like, you have to believe in yourself. There is truly no limits to your powers. And Barry remarks that he really couldn't have gotten to this point without Wells's help. Barry and Joe have a conversation where Barry suggests that they recreate the events of Cisco's dream in real life to hopefully get a confession from Wells. Barry, what? The plan is that they're gonna put Cisco in a force field that they modified to keep Wells out of. So Cisco is going to be so safe, guys. Trust me. And during the entire interaction, Caitlin will be recording and Barry will be waiting in the corner to swoop in and take Wells out after they've got their confession. Let's see how it goes. Barry pulls Joe aside before the plan goes down, and he asks why Joe didn't give Eddie his blessing to marry Iris. Joe admits that he didn't give Eddie his blessing because he knows that Iris is in love with Barry, and he doesn't want Iris to marry the wrong man. Iris comes up to Barry, and she says that she knows that the particle accelerator is what turned those people into metahumans. She knows that it could have potentially affected Barry as well. And Barry gets all weird and flustered. He's like, well, nothing happened to me. That's just a weird coincidence. Like, nothing happened to me. We get a flashback of when Barry was in the coma and Iris came to Star Labs to see him, and she would talk to him while he was in the coma about like what her day was like and who she talked to. And on this particular day, she tells Barry that she met Eddie Thawne and she thought he was cute and he asked her out. She tells Barry that she wants him to wake up, and then she touches Barry's hand and she feels this electric spark, like literal electricity comes out of his fingers, and she's like, eee! The plan is set in motion. Wells goes in there and he stands up on two perfectly good legs, and the scene plays out almost exactly the same as it did before, except Wells is not giving him the answers that he wants. It's not exactly the same. He didn't flat out admit to killing Nora. Like, he's dodging questions, sidestepping things. And force field's not exactly as forceful as they thought. Wells is able to get through it. He's about to kill Cisco, so Joe shoots Wells. Barry's pissed off about this because they never got a real confession out of him. So, like, it was really all for nothing. They're not going to be able to free Henry, but what's this? Wells' body starts morphing and writhing around on the floor, and oh my god, it's Hannibal! Where is the real Harrison Wells? Well, the real fake Harrison Wells. He's laughing from the rooftop. Ha 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 ha! I'm always one step ahead of you bitches! You thought you could outsmart me? Can't. Barry goes into the time vault and he discovers the spy cameras. He sees that there are hundreds of cameras. There's way more than Slade Wilson ever put inside of the Queen Mansion. There's cameras all over Barry's house. There's cameras at Central City Police Department. There's cameras in the crime lab. There's a camera facing the murder board. Wells knew what they were planning in CSI Lab. Wells saw them go into Cisco's dreams. He also had cameras on everyone associated with Barry, including one camera in Iris's fucking bedroom! Somebody call the fucking police, bro. That's not cool. Barry runs off. He thinks that Wells is gonna go attack Iris or something, so he goes to find Iris. Where is Iris? She's with Eddie on the pier. He is about to propose. But a streak of red lightning rips that ring right out of his finger. And who is it? The Reverse Flash, of course. He's like, not today, bitch. Before the Reverse Flash runs away, and before Barry gets there, though, Iris actually gets in the Reverse Flash's face, and she's like, I know who you are. You're that bitch-ass motherfucker who killed Nora. I ain't fucking scared of you. Like, she really did that. Bestie, back up. Okay, don't get in this man's face. Have you no fear? Have you no self-preservation? Iris is so quick to just insert herself into things. Step back. Back up. Get out of there, girl. You need to learn when to run. The Flash saved Iris. They have a quick little moment. Their hands brush at the end of this interaction, and she feels the electricity on his fingertips. The same electricity that she felt from Barry when he was in the coma. And then it hits her. That motherfucker's Barry. End screen. Ubard takes Eddie to some fuck-ass random place. I don't know. We'll find out where it is later. Ubard reveals to Eddie that he is a distant relative of Eddie's. Eddie's like, well, I haven't heard of you. Haven't seen you at the family barbecue. And Ubard's like, yeah, that's because I'm not born yet. Eddie is like, oh my god. This whole thing, this entire plan that you orchestrated, it was all about me. Ubard's like, no, you dumb bitch. This has nothing to do with you. You're just collateral. Eddie really thought he was the main character. Yeah, you tell him, Ubard. You tell him he's not the main character. You tell him, bitch. Woo! Nothing is about you, Eddie. The final scene of this episode is another flashback to when Barry was in the coma, and we see Harrison Wells ominously standing over Barry's body, and he's like, it would be so easy to kill you right now, but I can't do that. Because I need your ass fast so that you can take me home, but it would be so easy to kill you right now. Stats for this episode. The character with the most dramatic pauses was Barry. He had 36. The character that I laughed at the most was also Barry. I laughed at him 4 times. The character with the most quips is a tie between Cisco and Joe. They both had 2. And the character with the most kills this episode is Joe. He had 1 kill. Episode 21, Grodd Lives. Iris is going through it with this new information that Barry is the Flash. She's not sure if she should confront him about it or if she should keep that to herself. Captain Singh asks Joe and Barry where Eddie is. They lie and say that he took some personal time. Iris goes up to Barry and she's like, hey, why isn't the Flash out there running around the city right now looking for Eddie? Care to comment? And Barry is like, trust me, Iris, the Flash is doing the best that he can. And Iris is like, well, I'm having a hard time trusting the Flash right now, Barry. Care to comment? Some dude suited up like a colorless version of Deathstroke starts shooting up someplace trying to steal something. Okay? Don't care, really. Barry runs up to stop this guy from doing whatever it is that he's doing, you know? And this guy hits him with a psychological attack. Barry, Cisco, and Caitlin are trying to figure out what exactly just happened to Barry when all of a sudden Iris walks into Star Labs and she confronts Barry head on. Title screen. Iris tells Barry that she's not mad. She's just disappointed. She learns that Wells is the Reverse Flash. Finally, get your girl in on the action. She is angry because Barry kept the Flash a secret from her. Barry's like, listen, I wanted to tell you, Iris, I really did, but Joe told me that I had to keep my yapper shut, so I did what Joe said. And Iris is even more angry. She's like, oh, so you listened to Joe? Eddie is still trapped by Ubard, okay? Ubard shows up to wherever their hidey hole is, and Eddie starts trying to do some psychological manipulation to get Ubard to reveal his plan or something. Ubard does not reveal any useful information, once again making Eddie a completely useless character. Iris is pissed at Joe too. She's like, why are you trying to keep me sheltered? Why didn't you tell me that Barry was the Flash? Why didn't you let Barry tell me that he was the Flash? He's like, Iris, it's for your own protection. Like, being associated with the Flash is dangerous. And she's like, I don't need you to keep me away from danger. And she's also angry for another stupid reason. She is mad that Joe didn't tell her that Barry had feelings for her sooner, because if Joe had told her that Barry liked her, then she would be dating Barry instead of Eddie, and thus Eddie would not be a part of this. So it's Joe's fault. It's Joe's fault somehow that Iris couldn't figure out that Barry had a crush on her, the most obvious crush in the entire world. Iris, you can't sit here and blame Joe for you not getting the message that everybody else fucking got. Colorless Deathstroke is back at it again, trying to rob somebody else. Barry comes back, round 2. He pulls the mask off of this guy. Who is it? General Eiling. Bro is back, okay? But he's not exactly right in the head. There's something wrong. They take him back to Star Labs, and after talking to him for a little bit, they discover that he is being mind-controlled by Gorilla Grodd. The gang kind of catches Barry up to speed on Grodd because he wasn't there for that, but Caitlin and Cisco do have some info on this gorilla. Apparently, he was housed in Star Labs. They did experiments on him. Eiling did some pretty terrible, pretty cruel experiments on him even. Caitlin says that after the particle accelerator exploded, Grodd broke out of his enclosure and ran off into the city. Iris walks in at just that moment and she's like, I think I know where you can find your fucking gorilla. Because there have been reports of an animal slaughtering people in the sewers. Barry, Cisco, and Joe root through the sewers looking for Grodd. They find the bitch. He attacks Barry with a psych attack again, rendering him fucking useless, okay? And Grodd steals Joe. He just takes Joe, scoops him up. Bye, Joe. Sorry, it's been nice knowing you, bro, but there is absolutely nothing we can do. Joe wakes up to find himself face to face with big fucking Gorilla, and Gorilla decides to let him live. For now. Iris is not exactly pleased when the gang at Star Labs decide not to immediately go after Grodd. And they're like, Iris, we need to figure out how to attack him, okay? Because Barry is useless against this guy and his mind powers. And Cisco is full of self-doubt at this point. He's like, if Wells were here, he'd know what to do. He would know how to make this device. Like, without Wells, I am stupid. Without Wells, I can't do anything. Iris goes up to Barry, and she's like, you're a bad friend because you've been keeping all these secrets from me. And Barry's like, well, bitch, you haven't been entirely honest with me either. So there. Ubard and Eddie have another little chat, and Ubard rips Eddie Thawne a new one. Okay, this is one of my favorite scenes in the entire show. I love when people put Eddie in his place, because he is not the main character, and Ubard does not hold back, okay? He says Eddie's a failure. He never becomes anything. His name is nowhere in the Thawne's history. He is the most useless, stupid piece of shit Thawne that ever Thawned before, okay? The rest of their family are accomplished. They're doctors, they're lawyers, they're scientists, politicians, presidents. They are the people. But Eddie is nothing. He never accomplishes anything. And you know what, Eddie? You don't even get the fucking girl in the end. She marries Barry! You lose, Eddie! You lose in every way possible there is to lose! Yes! Cisco creates a device that will supposedly help Barry avoid Grodd's psychic attacks, okay? But Cisco does not know if this will work yet. Barry is like, it'll work, Cisco, I believe in you, and he puts this fucking thing on his head and he goes to fight Grodd. Barry goes to attack Grodd. He hits this big-ass gorilla with a supersonic punch. The gorilla doesn't flinch. The gorilla does not flinch, guys. We have a problem. Grodd hits Barry with another psych attack. Cisco's stupid piece of shit tech does not work. Barry hit with a psych attack, and the only thing that can get him back to normal is him hearing Iris's voice through the comms. And she's telling him, Barry, you got this. You can fight this, Barry. I believe in you. And that works, and he's able to resist Grodd's psych attacks. And then Grodd gets hit by a train. And then Barry finds Joe and they save Joe. Barry frees Eiling from the pipeline at Star Labs, and Eiling is like, Flash, I'm not gonna come after you because right now we have a common enemy, and that's Harrison Wells. But before I can get to fighting him, I'm gonna find that fucking gorilla and I'm gonna put it in the ground. Okay, so Eiling leaves to go hunt down the gorilla. As you should, King. Iris and Joe make up, and he promises that he won't keep things from her in the future. Cisco is upsetty spaghetti that his little gadget didn't work. He's practically crying over it. And Barry's like, Cisco, it's okay. Listen, they can't all be winners. Your tech is good. You are good. You are brilliant, Cisco. We don't need Wells. We are stronger without Wells, actually. Iris and Barry have a little chat. She is in her reconciliation era. She apologizes to him. He apologizes to her. It's an apology salad. Iris admits that she does have feelings for Barry, but right now they're a little complicated because she also has strong feelings for Eddie, and Eddie is kidnapped. Grodd is still out there fucking shit up. End screen. The final scene of this episode, we see Eddie and Ubard chilling in wherever they are. We're about to find out where they are because Ubard tells Eddie that he now has the key. He's got the key, bitch, to set his whole plan in motion, and he climbs out the little hatch, and where is he? He's in Star Labs! He's been in Star Labs the whole time. Stats for this episode: the character with the most dramatic pauses was Iris. She had 40. The character with the most quips was Cisco. He had 4. And the character that I laughed at the most was Iris. I laughed at her 3 times. There were no kills this episode, but I'm sure Grodd did some damage off screen. Episode 22, Rogue Air. This episode starts with a dramatic voiceover from Ubard/Wells. I will keep referring to this character as Wells because it's easier to say. Wells says that he's gonna do whatever it takes to get back what is rightfully his. And honestly, slay. That's so girl boss. That is so period. Can we just take a moment and appreciate how undeniably girl boss Ubard Wells' whole plan was? Girl boss your way through your life, dressed in somebody else's skin, living somebody else's life, cosplaying as a scientist, when all you want to do is just get back to where the fuck you came from. And the amounts of girl bossery that it takes to do this plan, to commit to the bit. I think Wells might be the ultimate girl boss. Unless somebody does something crazy in the next 2 episodes to change my mind, he will be receiving the Girl Boss Award. During the voiceover that is happening at the start of the episode, we see Cisco sitting in the wheelchair, just pondering life, I guess. Of course he would sit in that. Title screen. Barry is at Jitters with Iris, and he promises Iris that he will find Eddie. Cisco calls the gang back to Star Labs to show them the underside of the wheelchair. Underneath Wells' wheelchair is some kind of futuristic power supply that Cisco supposes he was using to power himself up, which is why he is so much faster than Barry. It's raining out there. You can hear that, right? Suddenly, an alert goes off, and the particle accelerator is being turned back on. They're all like, oh my god, how could this be? Until Barry goes, duh, Wells is in there. He's been here the whole time. That's why we couldn't find him. So he goes down there to fight the Reverse Flash. Wells let the teleporting meta, Shauna, he let her out. Barry goes after Reverse Flash. Everybody else in the lab is preoccupied with fighting Shauna. Shauna is doing some damage. She is knocking people out cold, okay? And she is about to get Caitlyn next. And she would get Caitlyn if Iris didn't show up and conk her over the back of the head. Barry chases Wells, but he is not fast enough to catch him, and Wells gets away. Back at the lab, the gang goes down to the particle accelerator where Wells was hiding, and they find Eddie down there screaming, crying for help. They go down there and they get him, and while they're down there in the hole, Iris finds the ring that he was going to use to propose with just thrown on the floor. They find Wells' power source. Cisco has no clue what the fuck this is. He's looking at it, he's like, this shit is from the future. I don't know how to turn it off. Barry's like, guys, we have to move the metas that we locked in the pipeline, because if the particle accelerator turns back on, they're all gonna die in there if we don't move them. There's a bit of an ethical debate here. Like, do we move the metas? Like, they are prisoners, they are criminals, they did some damage. Do they deserve to be condemned to the particle accelerator? Interesting conversations happening here. Barry ultimately thinks that they do not belong in the particle accelerator when it blows off, so he is dedicating the rest of this episode to get them out of there. Where exactly are they planning on moving the metas? To Lian Yu, of course. It's Mandarin for purgatory. Because Oliver has a prison on Lian Yu. Barry tells Joe that it's okay that they don't have the police escort because Lila from Argus is going to fly in on an Argus plane, and they are going to pick up the prisoners and take them to the island of Lian Yu. Okay, all they have to do is get the prisoners to the airfield so that Argus can pick them up. Barry also mentions that Oliver is at Nanda Parbat. So hopefully he's not dead at the top of a mountain shirtless in the snow or something like that. That would be crazy. As a last resort, Barry, channeling his inner Oliver Queen, goes to a bar called Saints and Sinners, and he finds Leonard Snart there, and he's like, hey, Leonard, I could really use a hand right now. What do you say you help me transport some metas out of the city, and I will do a favor for you in return? And Snart writes something down on a paper, and he's like, can you do this? And Barry's like, no, I simply cannot do that. And Snart's like, yeah, then I'm not interested. And Barry's like, okay, but like, just think about it. Like, come back to me with something more reasonable. The song that is playing during this scene is Cold as Ice by Foreigner. And yeah, I added it to my playlist because of this episode. Iris goes up to Eddie, pulls out the ring that she found in the floor, and she's like, why aren't you proposing to me? What made you change your mind? And he's like, listen, you're supposed to marry Barry, like it's in the future. And Iris is hearing this and she's like, jaw on the floor, like, Snart rolls up to Star Labs and he knows what he wants now. He wants Barry to delete, erase, destroy every record of him that is in the police databases. Fingerprints gone. Criminal history gone. Barry's like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. Joe is like, Barry, what the fuck is wrong with you? We're teaming up with criminals now? You're gonna do what the criminals want? And Barry's like, if it's gonna get these metas out of the pipeline, yes, I will do whatever it takes. And he fucking runs off and destroys all of those files. At Star Labs, Snart rolls up with his sister, and Barry is still wearing his full Flash costume because Snart kept his word and he didn't tell anybody Barry's identity, and that includes his sister.
Which seems like kind of a plot hole because, like, wouldn't Snart have told Lisa who Barry was before he made the promise to Barry not to tell anyone his secret identity?
Lisa goes up to Cisco and continues flirting with him. Cisco is like, listen, we can't be together. Their plan is to transport the metas in the back of a big ass truck, okay? And they're all standing around like, who's gonna drive this thing? None of us know how to drive a big truck like this. But then Lisa Snart's like, yeah, I have my CDL, I'll drive it. They knock the metas unconscious, and they drive away. The metas wake up in the back of the truck, and they discover that their powers do not work. There are dampeners in the truck. Which metas do we have here? Let's go through the list. Gas Man, Weatherman, Teleport Woman, Angry Man, Plasma Man, who is a side villain that showed up in Arrow. He's not important. So Lisa asks Cisco why she doesn't have a code name, okay? Everyone else has a code name. Why don't I have a code name, Cisco? And he gives her the name Golden Glider, which is accurate to the comics, but I'm just sat here like, what is she gliding? Where did the glider come from? Has she glid on anything? How far up your ass did you reach to find the word glider? But then the plane shows up in the distance. Inside the truck, shit starts to go awry, okay? The metas discover that they have their powers back, so they break out and they start causing havoc. Weather Wizard shoots down the Argus plane. It's gone. Probably everyone in there is dead too. Shauna, she disappears. She runs away. Gas Man up here, Kyle Nimbus, he also runs away. Weather Wizard and Prism down here, they start fighting each other and everybody around them. The Plasma guy is also in the middle of the fight. This fight is broken up by Leonard and his sister, and they reveal that they are the ones who broke the power dampeners and got the metas out of the truck. They also tell the metas that they need to go, get as far away from here as possible, but remember who freed them in case he needs to cash in that favor. And before they go, Leonard shoots Plasma Man and kills him. He does this because Plasma Man owed him money. Barry is upset. He's upsetty spaghetti because Snart promised he would help. Snart's like, Barry, you're not mad at me. You're mad at yourself because you were fooled by my deviousness and you really thought. Barry and Joe have a conversation where Barry's like, Joe, I was just trying to be more like Oliver because Oliver, he teams up with criminals and bad guys all the time and he gets results and this never happens to Oliver. And Joe's like, Barry, you're not Oliver? Eddie goes up to Iris and breaks up with her. Full stop. He's like, we're done. Wells arrives back at Star Labs, ready to fight. He asks Barry to come downstairs to the particle accelerator and see what he's cooked up in there. And Barry's like, fat chance, bitch boy. I brought backup this time. And who shows up but Firestorm and the Green Arrow. We are going to ignore the fact that Oliver is dressed in League of Assassins attire. We're just gonna skate by that. You don't have to know that detail. The four of them get into a fight. Reverse Flash easily takes care of Firestorm, sends him flying across the city. Barry has to run after Firestorm to catch him. Meanwhile, Green Arrow and Reverse Flash start fighting. Arrow hits him with an arrow that saps his speed for a minute, so Reverse Flash is down to like regular speed at this point, so they're fighting regularly until the Reverse Flash gets his speed back, and then he's really about to kill Oliver, okay? Bestie Ubard here is like, the history books say you live to be 80 years old. I think the history books were mistaken. And he's about to kill Oliver, but then Barry shows up at the last second and like saves him, so that's fun. Spoiler alert about the history books, but they're wrong. Firestorm hits Reverse Flash with a ball of fire. Oliver hits him with another no speed arrow, and Reverse Flash ends up falling off the side of the building. Barry thanks the other two for helping him. Oliver says that he owes him a favor, and then Barry stands over the body of the Reverse Flash on the ground, and he says, I have you now. End screen. Stats for this episode. The character with the most dramatic pauses was Wells. He had 33. The character I laughed at the most was Leonard. I laughed at him 4 times. The character with the most quips is a tie between Joe and Leonard. They both had 3 quips, and the character with the most kills was Snart. He killed 1 person. I swear, this show, it drives me insane. Who is Harrison Wells, but like, who am I? Riddle me this. What's red and yellow and almost over? Certainly not The Flash. I mean, there's like 500 more seasons of that, but my journey is almost over. Yeah, that's right. I'm back. And it's not Halloween. I lied. This is who I am now. I am officially batshit crazy, off the walls. This show has turned me into a fucking Batman villain. I feel like this show took a little piece of my soul and just turned it into some fucked up origami, and now here I am, bitch. Also, it is Halloween. And before I break character completely, riddle me this. What's incomplete, yet shall not be spoken about, because it's still fantastic? The hat. Yeah, it's the hat, okay? I know it's not finished, but we're not going to talk about that, because the front's fire. The front slaps. Let's finish this, shall we? Episode 23. Fast enough. The intro for this episode is Barry doing a voiceover telling us that he is going to get justice for his mother and his father, and he has Wells in a cell in the pipeline. I'm sweating so bad. Title screen! Wells asks Barry why he didn't bring him any Big Belly Burger, and Barry's like, why the fuck would I bring you Big Belly Burger? You're my prisoner. And Wells is like, yeah, but I love Big Belly Burger. That's like the one good thing about this time. Like, we don't have Big Belly Burger where I'm from because we ran out of cows. If I was Barry, I would want to unpack the cow thing, but he has bigger fish to fry at the moment, so we do glaze right past that. Wells explains that in the future that he came from, him and Barry are enemies. They've been enemies for their entire lives. They're both equally as fast, and they both hate each other equally the same amount. Neither one of them could beat the other. Once he figured out the Flash's name, he was able to go back in time and then try and kill Child Barry, therefore eradicating the Flash from the timeline and making Wells the only speedster. But of course that plan didn't work because Barry also went back in time to protect himself. That left Wells stuck in a time that he didn't belong in, so he had to girl boss his way back home. Once he realized that he didn't have any speed juice left in him, he knew that instead of killing Barry, what he had to do was raise Barry to become the Flash. So basically he had to reverse his entire plan. Barry has no recollection of him and Wells, Eobard Thawne, whoever the fuck. He doesn't have any recollection of the two of them being enemies. And now that Barry has all the pieces of the puzzle, Barry hates Wells as well now. Now they're both enemies again. Wells explains what he needed Barry for this whole time. He needs Barry to run so fast that he can create a stable wormhole in which Wells can go back to his time, and Barry can also potentially use the wormhole to go back in time and save his mother and give him the life that he deserved from the beginning. So now, we go around the cast, and Barry essentially asks every one of his friends and colleagues if he should do it or not. Should he go back in time? What are the pros and cons of that? Okay? The people who are for Barry changing the timeline are Joe, Wells, and Iris. Joe and Iris both agree that Barry deserves to have a happy childhood. He's sacrificed so much for everyone else that now it's the time for him to do something for himself. But then we have the people that are against changing the timeline. That would be Cisco, Henry, and Stein. Stein, a man of science, does not want Barry to change the timeline because him saving his mother's life would cause the most tremendous butterfly effect that you could possibly imagine. And he doesn't know what the world would look like. He doesn't know what the outcome of Barry changing the timeline would be. And he doesn't want to find out. Cisco doesn't want Barry to change the timeline because Barry would probably never meet Cisco. They would never become best bros, and that is upsetting to Cisco because Cisco loves the life that he has and his friendship with Barry, and he doesn't want Barry to go back in time and fuck that up. And then we have Henry, who doesn't want Barry to go back in time. Things happen for a reason. Listen, Henry has it the worst out of pretty much all of them. He's been locked up in jail for Barry's entire life, basically. But Henry is the one who's like, Barry, no, you can't do it, don't do it. Henry tells Barry that Nora would not want him going back in time to save her. We get a scene between Caitlin and Ronnie. Ronnie asks Caitlin if she would like to marry him, and of course she agrees. Barry has made up his mind on saving Nora, alright? He wants to do it. He's all in. He goes to talk to Wells again, who is still in the cell, but this time they gave him Big Belly Burger, so he's chowing down on that. A cute little parting gift. And Wells explains that he needs them to build him a time machine so that he can go through the wormhole. Stein does some calculations, and he discovers that in order for Barry to create a wormhole to go back and save his mom and all that shit, they need to use the particle accelerator in the correct way. So Barry would be running around in the particle accelerator, and then once he reaches the speed he needs to reach, they'll release a particle, and he will hit into the particle, and that collision will cause a wormhole to open up. How fast does Barry need to run? That would be Mach 2, bestie. Cisco is still vehemently against this because he doesn't want Barry to do what Wells wants. Putting Wells back out there into wherever he came from cannot be a good idea. And I agree. And, pause. We need to discuss, why are we letting Wells go? Why? Okay, hear me out. There is no reason to let Harrison Wells go through the wormhole. There is no reason. He is not needed in order for Barry to create the wormhole and go save his mom. Barry could go save his mom without letting Wells back into his time. You have the Reverse Flash literally trapped, speedless, inside of a cage, and you want to let him out into the world? You dumb bitch, Barry Allen. There's no reason. Okay, if Barry wants to go back and save his mom, leave Wells in the pipeline. You don't need to build the man a time machine and let him out. It doesn't make sense. Why are you letting the bad guy out? This guy is the worst guy. He killed so many people. And he's gonna do more killing if you let him out. It doesn't make any sense. So Cisco is now tasked with building Wells a little time machine so that he can go back through the portal, because we just love releasing villains. Yeah, release him back into the wild. Nice little grass-fed villain, never hurt anyone. So Cisco goes to talk to Wells, and he's like, hey, how exactly am I supposed to build this fucking time machine? I've never done that before. And they have a little bit of a sciencey chat about it, but Wells knows there's something off about Cisco. Cisco is like, I've been having visions. I've been having these dreams. And Wells is like, oh shit. Those aren't dreams, Cisco. I think you were affected by the particle accelerator as well. Those dreams, those visions that you're having of the timeline that Barry rewrote, you have a power. Holy shit, Cisco. You're a metahuman. Cisco doesn't want to be a metahuman. Cisco doesn't like this. He doesn't vibe with this, shall we say. The vibes are off. Big moment for Eddie. All Eddie ever wanted was to be the main character. Okay, that's all he ever wanted. And he's sad because now he knows for sure that he's not. Okay, Barry's clearly the main character here. He's about to go back in time and save his mom. That's some main character shit. What's Eddie doing? He's sulking. And he's sulking around Stein. And Stein is like, we all have our part to play in the grand scheme of the universe. And you might feel insignificant now, but trust me, the time will come where you will be significant, Eddie. And Eddie's like, yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Stein also discovers that Dr. Evil, Mr. Harrison Wells, Ubard, whoever the fuck, didn't exactly tell them the whole story about what happens when you make a wormhole to go back in time. There's a non-zero chance of creating what's called a singularity, or a black hole, if you will. Wells, unbothered. He doesn't care. Barry, slightly bothered. He talked to Wells, and Wells is like, listen, I calculated it down to the fucking second, alright? Barry, you will have 1 minute and 52 seconds to go through the wormhole, save your mommy, and get back out. And if you do it in that time frame, there'll be no fucking black hole and everything will be great. But you won't have enough time to stop me from getting in my little time machine and going back to where I came from. So you're gonna have to choose. Do you stop me from going through the wormhole, or do you save your mom? And I'm still sitting here confused and perplexed because they have no reason to let Wells out. Not one of those motherfuckers is out here like, hey, maybe we shouldn't let Wells get in a time machine and go back to the future. Maybe that's a bad idea. Not one of these scientists, logic-minded motherfuckers. They're all just so okay with it. They're like, yeah, so we have to make the time machine, I guess. Hands are tied. Barry goes to talk to Joe, and he's like, hey, Joe, I want to save my mom. Like, I really do. Like, it's all I've ever wanted. But I never thought that in order to save my mom, I would lose another parent in the process. Of course, referring to Joe, because Joe's basically his dad. And they have a little heart-to-heart. Here we go. Eddie is back on his main character shit. He rolls up to CCPN. He goes straight up to Iris. And he's like, listen, Iris, I thought about what you said. Fuck the future. I'm living in the present, and I am still in love with you. And I know that you're still in love with me, too. So let's unbreak up, and let's get married. And Iris is like, fuck yeah. Stein officiates what I believe is the first Arrowverse wedding. So that's a big moment, guys. Big moment. We're witnessing history. Caitlin and Ronnie get married. Everything's great. Nothing bad happens immediately after. So that's good. Everyone says goodbye to Barry. He starts running around in the particle accelerator. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He gets up to Mach 2. They release the particle. Bam, collision. Wormhole opened. Barry runs through the wormhole. While Barry is running through this wormhole, he kind of taps into the Speed Force a little bit. This is really the first glimpse that we get about what the Speed Force is tangibly. While he's running, he sees glimpses of his past and his future. Okay? And what we see while Barry is running is very significant. A magic blonde version of Caitlin. Scary. There is a Flash museum. That's fun. And Sarah, Captain Cold, and Ray Palmer team up. I can't wait for that. Barry gets back to the night that his mother died, but he pussies out. He doesn't save his mom. Why? Because Barry from the other timeline is there, and he's like, no. And so Barry just watches from the closet as Ubard kills his mother. Then once everyone's out of there, he goes in and he pulls his hood down and he talks to his dying mom. And he's like, listen, I'm sorry. Laura Allen dies, just like she did before. So that's sad. Back at the lab, the gang of idiots decides to let Wells out. Gets into this fucking hamster ball ass time machine. And then he goes, wow, Cisco, Rip Hunter would be really proud of you. He's the first guy that made a time machine. And keep Rip Hunter in your mind palace for another day. A hat. A tin hat, basically. A metal hat with a lightning bolt on the side of it. Comes out of the wormhole, and everyone's like, what the fuck is that? And then Wells is like, that's my cue to go, and he starts wheeling through the wormhole, but oh, not so fast! Barry comes out.
He's back, and he sucker punches Wells, destroys the time machine. This isn't over. This isn't over, Harrison. Caitlin and Ronnie are like, oh shit, we have to shut down the wormhole. So they're scrambling, trying to figure out how to shut down the wormhole. They do it, don't worry. Meanwhile, Flash and Reverse Flash start fighting. Ubard wins. He's about to kill Barry. He's doing that whole shaky hand bit again when, what's this? A gunshot sounds. Everyone looks over to see Eddie bleeding because he shot himself. Eddie decided that his big main character moment would be shooting himself, because the logic is, if Eddie kills himself, he's one of Ubard's ancestors. Therefore, Ubard would not be born. Iris is in shambles. They just got back together after all, and Eddie in his dying breaths is like, Iris, all I ever wanted to be is your hero. And she's like, you are my hero. Ubard starts absolutely glitching. He got Thanos snapped out of existence. He looks over to Cisco and he's like, Cisco, help me. Cisco's not gonna help you, buddy. You burn that bridge. Ubard Thawne fades away into nothing but a distant memory. Unfortunately, the day is not saved. In fact, the day just got worse because that wormhole that they were all worried about, the black hole, it's here. Black hole above Central City. Oh my god, what now? Barry runs up into the sky towards the singularity. Every side character in the entire world looks up at it as Barry runs, fists flying straight into the singularity. End screen. And that is the end, folks! What the fuck is that? Stats for this episode. The character with the most dramatic pauses was Barry by far. He had 73. The character that I laughed at the most was Wells. In fact, he's the only character I laughed at, and I laughed at him once. The character with the most quips was Cisco. He had 2. And the character with the most kills was Eddie. He killed himself. So that's the end. The finale of Season 1 of The Flash. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you liked this video and you want to watch more immediately, there is a link in the description to the playlist I made of all the videos that I did exactly like this, but about Arrow Seasons 1 and 2. So you have 2 more whole seasons of things for me to yap about at your disposal to watch at your leisure. The next video that I make in this big long series is of course going to be Arrow Season 3, which I'm very excited about because Arrow Season 3 is one of my favorite seasons. I feel like I say this about a lot of the seasons, but no, Arrow Season 2 and 3, they're my 2 favorites. Like, it simply does not get better. Thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. Like, I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl in my bedroom with a corkboard full of pictures. I don't know how you found this video, but please share it. Making these videos, it takes a lot. It takes a lot out of me. I don't make a single dollar from this. This is purely a passion project. Hopefully one day I'll make $1 off of this. But until that day comes, I really need you guys to like the video, comment something to engage the algorithm or whatever. I don't know how it works. And then maybe send this video to one of your friends. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bam.